Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. The world is a stage. Somebody has played us for fools. Got to get into this very good information tonight. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Now, this is going to be very informative. I've been studying this information. It's very shocking, but it's very true. A lot of lies being told. Where does this lead us? Let's get into this. Where does this...
In Sweden, there's a building that is named the Oscarian Opera in Operan. And just as a reminder, and to shine some perspective on this, remember that we have the Kleksinski Federal Building in Chicago, and they got to use power tools. They had proper construction training, and we were all here to see it. And that took us 14 years to build. So now let's go back to this opera house in Sweden. Apparently, there was an opera house before this one, which is absolutely insane. And this is the original opera house. But I'm just gonna go with it so we can destroy this narrative. This is where we're told, for the first opera house, that Sweden finally had their own opera singer because they found a music academy. So Sweden figured out what music was, and now they need a place to show it off. And here is where things get very interesting. At some point in 1775, construction began. While living in huts and without a power tool in sight, the Royal Swedish Opera was completed less than 7 years later. They supposedly knocked this thing out twice as fast as our civilization took to build this pathetic box. And their way of transportation was a donkey. I thought that we were evolving and advancing. So let's continue. We are given Axel Johan Anderberg as the architect, who designed this palace and constructed it all by himself, which is a total joke that they never mentioned that anyone ever helped these incredible master drawing characters that we, for some strange reason, can't reproduce today. So to show you all what's going on here, I'm gonna make this very simple. Since they make us bounce around from page to page to get this information, we are being told that Axel...
What we finna listen to, after I start studying it, we should have never, ever believed any of this bullshit. But they got you so focused on just paying your rent and trying to survive that you're never even paying attention to what's going around you, and you're not even paying attention to the information that they have gave us in school and none of that. Just lies, 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 a bunch of lies.
The architect of the current opera house that somehow replaced the original 1782 opera house, where we, of course, don't have any pictures of, and in my opinion, is the same building, was selected because he was the only person in the world that could get this job done. Oh, wait, what is this? There were so many people that could get this job done that Axel Anderberg had to win a contest against all of the other 1700s master builders of Sweden? Can you believe this? Another contest winner with the architecture of the gods flowing through his veins. I would love to see where this guy lived. I'm sure it was a shed or a hut, since this is what we were told about the 17 and 1800s, not palaces and massive opera houses that last forever. So the first opera house is done in 7 years. No pictures of that one. And they demolish it because it was very easy back in the 1700s for some reason to get this type of building constructed again, and even better than the first one. So they did it in their spare time, of course. So how long does this one take to get Opera House number 2 done? Well, let's check out their website, where they tell us a major key as to why I believe that this is the same building. They did not knock any building down. They didn't build 2 opera houses. This is the only one. The first one took almost 7 years to build. How long do you think the second one took to build? If you guessed the exact same amount of time, almost 7 years, well, You're the winner. Okay, so I have a few more things to say about this opera house before we move on. Because, of course, we can't leave out the fire story that we have heard so many times and are the nod that these buildings are from the past civilization. During the years where the first opera house, which in my opinion is the exact same opera house, but during the years where the first one was being destroyed and the new one was being built, the Swedish National Theater that was being used burned down in a fire. And one more thing to really drive this thing home for everyone. This so-called new opera house underwent a renovation. They say that it was nearly impossible to make out the subjects of the artwork in the stairwell inside the building because of all the smoke from the outside of the building, from the city, accumulated in just 91 years. So 91 years, and you can't even tell what the paintings were on the inside because of the smoke from the city on the outside. What are they even talking about here? This is a clear cover-up, that this was the original building. This is Opera House number 1, and those paintings were from the previous civilization. How much clearer could this get? And of course, they were restored to the exact same condition it was in the inaugural ceremony. Yeah, sure it was. Let me know what you think about that one. You all know what I think about that. Let's stay here in Sweden for now and take a look at the Ritterholmen Church, where we are told that we have located one of the oldest buildings in Stockholm. So this should be fun. And after what I just found, you'll all enjoy this one. Knowing what we know here that any construction project going on before the 1800s that looks like this is basically a laughing matter. We know from the AI ChatGPT what kind of manpower and what requirements would be necessary for something like this to actually take place and be constructed, and then go on to last forever, unlike anything we've ever constructed today, 200 plus years later. So 1800s is a stretch. 1700s, basically forget about it. It becomes nearly impossible based on what the mainstream history tells us, that they rode on horses and suffered in the winters. Pulling granite, stone, brick, and the rest through muddy roads would be insane. Then each horse needs 10 gallons of water per day. So you'll have all of these things that the mainstream narrative blatantly ignores all over the world, every single time. They tell us that this church was constructed in the year 1300, over 700 years ago, before Sweden ever even wrote their first book, which happened 183 years after this building was constructed. It is so backwards, it's unbelievable. How can anyone look at this stuff anymore and say, yeah, that all adds up? It 100% does not add up. It's logistically impossible. It isn't realistic. This is their website. They literally just say it was completed around the year 1300. Could have been, it might be, but who knows? Now, we all know that this is a lie. They're making up a random date, and people just believed it for years, until now. So they say that 725 years ago, they're over in Sweden knocking this thing out, with perfection, of course. Now, I've emailed the old Treasury building on Spring Street in Melbourne, Australia, and what they emailed me back should get anyone thinking. I asked them a basic question, something that they should be able to provide, since the camera was invented in 1816. And they tell us that this building was constructed in less than 4 years, from 1858 to 1862. Now, the question I asked them was, do you have any construction photos? They replied saying that there's a couple photos attached. Unfortunately, these are the only ones that we have from the construction. Now let's take a look at these photos for a second. There are some very strange things going on here. First of all, this building is not being constructed. It's clearly constructed. And I put an arrow in this photo, pointing at the right side of the building, because it's clearly being dug out of the dirt. This is not the way anyone would ever construct a building today, or ever. And I want to make this point very clear. So I sent the photo back to them with the arrow in there and said, just looking at the photo you sent over, was it originally built with the dirt covering that right side of the building? A reply that should shock anyone and at least begin to show anyone in the world that there is something seriously wrong with the history that we have been told. They replied saying that it was originally built with the dirt covering the right side of the building. Due to the rise and the fall of the land, the building is submerged. The rise and the fall of the land? I'm sorry, what? The south and east sides are fully exposed. So what we call the basement, the lowest level, is technically on ground level. In other words, they had to dig this thing out of the dirt. What we call the ground floor is elevated above the street level. So from one side, it looks like we have 3 floors. And from the other side, it looks like we have 4 floors. I'm sorry, but this is insane. Take a look at this photo that they sent over again. There is clearly a digging process going on here. They are removing this building from the mud flood, in my opinion, and they admit it without even knowing it. The way that the building sits today is exactly how you would construct it. You would build a foundation and then construct the building. You wouldn't build the building into the dirt. And I'd be willing to bet, after all of my research, that this building has a few more basements under the ground that we just aren't being told about. And before we go on, I've been wanting to show everyone this photo for a while. This is Mont St. Michel in France. This photo was taken in 1925. Now, on the ground, you can see there is a railroad track in the dirt. Railroad tracks need to be screwed into wood. If they were constructed in our timeline, just like this picture, you can see the wood because we constructed it. Now, the train was basically brand new to the world at this point. So we should be able to see the wood planks in this photo. They are completely covered up by the dirt. The only thing sticking out is the railroad tracks from, in my opinion, the previous civilization. And we are reusing their technology. This entire area was dug out of the dirt. You can see where the previous ground level was, here off to the right-hand side. This is an incredible structure. Very clearly a place that was built by the previous civilization. Considering Paris City Vision lets us know that this was built before cowboys and Indians. In fact, they tell us that it was built over 1,100 years before cowboys and Indians. In the year 708, very casually knocking this one out in the year 708. Any year would have worked, honestly. 706, 707 would have also been a winning number. Anything goes if you're the mainstream narrative, until now. Because we all know that this is just ridiculous and a complete lie. The logistics in building this before anyone even knew how to make paper is complete nonsense. 708. Wow. Oh, and did I forget to mention that this thing is in the middle of the water? Did I leave that part out? Well, yeah, it's in the middle of the water. And we are supposed to just believe that they had a great shipping company, an architect, a financial guy that would make sure that they had this all covered in the year 708. Oh, and it of course lasts forever with 0 issues and not one flaw in the construction. It's perfect, unlike anything that we have ever constructed today. How does the mainstream history make any sense at all at this point? You cannot go from this in 708 to evolving and advancing into sheds. And now we build Motel 6s.
That's a fact.
It's crazy. How can anyone ever go into a history class again without laughing? The year 708 was just a year of brilliance, I guess. Yeah, right. These buildings are from the previous civilization, and more people are realizing this every single day. And once you know, you know. You don't go back to thinking that the year 708 built massive structures on a cliff in the middle of the water with a train that just pulls right up to the front door. And I was on Google Maps just looking around and saw this city in Italy. And I went down to the street view and I saw that they have this fountain. The whole city clearly was found, repurposed, and is being used today. And as we spin this camera view around, we are going to see a griffin right above their front door. So we see the Tartaria logo all over the world. And then I was going to show you these door frames. Look at the size of the people compared to the size of the door frame. The wood door is obviously our work. The stone frame is from the past civilization. The size of the people were at least double. Why build a door frame this big? Well, you would because the people were bigger. Today, we construct standard door frames at 96 inches for newer homes, which is 8 feet. We can all agree this man is probably 5'10". So let's say 6 feet to round it up. The existing door is double his size, let alone the entire stone frame. It's massive. It's at least 15 feet high. So I spin the camera around, and of course, they're doing construction, because what would these buildings do without our help? And you can see this lady here. Look at how small she is in comparison to this door frame. You can see our small entrance that we have built here at the bottom. This is the door size for us. Why would a civilization that is struggling through winters, riding around on horses and wagons, go out of their way to construct a door frame that are 15 to 20 feet high when we are supposedly bigger than they were? They show us Civil War outfits where they're like half our size. Using common sense, the narrative is backwards. It's clearly lying to us. They understood construction and were very good at it. It lasts forever. And they built their door frames proportionate to their size, the exact way that we do. What an interesting city. Especially when we stay here in this city and look at the Rocca Paolina, a fortress that was built in less than 3 years, like 500 years ago. How can the narrative get away with this? They can't have this technology and then go live in sheds and have cowboys and Indians too. It can't have both. Either humans knew how to build or they didn't. The whole Abe Lincoln being born in a shed thing is just nonsense. That was over 300 years after they were knocking out this fortress. In just 3 years. So in 300 years, they forget everything? Or are we evolving and advancing? Which one is it? In my opinion, these narratives are nonsense. They are lies. The dates are all over the place. Just because a building is built in a different location of the world doesn't mean the narrative gets a pass. If a cell phone is created, the whole world advances. If a plane is created, the whole world gets the plane. The USA supposedly broke away from Europe. In the process of breaking away in the 1700s, did they all forget their brain? No. This was the start of the worldwide reset, in my opinion. An event took place right before this that started our entire worldwide narrative over. And we're seeing through their nonsense now. So this fortress is insane. And if anyone is there and can send me photos of what I'm about to read, please email me. Here we go. They destroyed a large number of Roman medieval buildings in order to build this fort, including houses, as well as over 100 tower houses, destroying gates and churches and monasteries. And here we go for the part that shows there is much, much more to this city. And honestly, the whole world below our feet. A civilization was here before us that was incredible. It turned the former city streets of the historic city center into underground passageways, which are now open to the public. Unbelievable. If anyone can get in those underground tunnels, please send me any photos you can. I'm also on X if you want to send it to me on there. I am definitely adding this city to my list that I want to go to and investigate for this channel. And like I said earlier, the reset happened, in my opinion, around the time that the USA and the Australian governments were founded. So in the mid-1800s, the fortress was partially destroyed and rebuilt. But in 1860, of course, only 12 years after they supposedly built it again, it was demolished and the Kingdom of Italy took over. I'm surprised that they didn't say that it burned down in a random fire, since they love to say that stone burns down in fires, which it doesn't. So in 1932, they go down into these tunnels and destroy whatever was there that they don't want us to see, as it would ruin their narrative in a second. And they call it a restoration, when we know that restoration really means destruction. And another destruction project in 1965. And guess what? They left us a wall to look at. Incredible. So I hope this clears up more for everyone, that the history that we've been told and forced to repeat over and over, generation after generation, is a lie. And they just throw dates around, and everyone just believed it for years. It doesn't matter what date they say. Nobody was there to verify it. And stone doesn't change the way that wood does over time. So if a building, or in this case, an arch, is built 100 years ago or 5,000 years ago, if it was built in New York or in Italy, nobody would know the difference. So in this story, they're going to tell us that this arch right here was built by people that were about 1,100 years away from creating paper. 2,300 years ago, we are told that this arch was made in the second half, not the first half, the second half, because they're going to get specific now. So the second half of the 3rd century BC, which is 300 years before we started counting years the way that we do. So then they restore it in 40 BC, not 41 or 42 or 39, but exactly 40. And we fully trust that. Oh, we don't? No, we don't. especially when they can't tell us the logistics of a building from the 1800s. There was no restoration project going on in 40 BC, 2063 years ago. And yet again, we are given a doorway that, in my opinion, was not built thousands of years ago. This is possibly only a few hundred years old and shows the size that the people really were. The arch is part of a massive set of walls, which are 30 feet tall and 9,500 feet long, covering approximately a quarter of a square mile over 3 hills built in the year -300. Yeah, right. In episode 47, we talked about the Stone Sea in St. Louis, and we discussed that they are technology. And I want to go a little deeper here and make a connection and say that, in my opinion, these are from the past civilization. They are being hidden by this cafeteria that the museum doesn't even need, since like 10 people are walking around it all day. But they clearly know the technology that these stone structures hold. I believe they recreated this technology, and I believe that the St. Louis Arch is a much bigger, possibly much more powerful recreation of this technology, being hidden behind the blinds in the basement. Where else in the world do you see these arches? And what are the odds that these are right next to each other? We have proven that they are attempting, and seems like it's successful, that they are able to extract an energy from the earth in this location. What is under the ground in this location? And what is the true meaning of the St. Louis Arch? The patterns and repetition. We are getting closer and closer to the truth. We know that one of the nods is the fire story. We have found that pattern here on this channel. And we have also found that they create characters, fake names, and that it is most likely through AI, because the repetition is overwhelmingly obvious. And we all remember from episode 47, when Henry Hobson Richardson was off building F.L. Ames gates, memorial halls, libraries, and cottages. F.L. Ames. F.L. Ames. Well, we all know what F.L. A-M-E-S spells. Putting the word flames right in the narrative. Putting the period after the F and the L so that we can't search it. Putting this right in our faces over and over and thinking that nobody would ever see it. Thinking that nobody would ever be locked into their code and that nobody would ever put their lies right on the table for all to see. Do you fully trust the mainstream narrative? Are you on the fence? Well, if this is the first time finding this channel or hearing anything about the previous civilization, get ready to have your mind blown. We are given the St. Anne Shrine, located in Fall River, Massachusetts. We are given the mainstream history, where we are told the church was designed by Canadian architect Napoleon Barassa in the Romanesque Revival style, with construction beginning in 1891. Well, I have located a postcard from over 120 years ago of this building, and there is a major flaw on the back of this postcard that I don't think that anyone was ever meant to see, and we're about to see it right now. St. Anne's Church and Shrine, Fall River, Massachusetts, founded in 1869, which is 22 years before they tell us that construction was just starting on this project in 1891. Not only do they give us the date of 1869, they also say that it was founded. We have proven in episode 35 that the legal definition of the word founded is not constructed or built. You do not find your home, you build your home. It is constructed. In 1869, they found this building, and they are attempting to lie to us in the narrative time and time again. This time we can see the lie right on the table for everybody to see. What a horrible mistake by the narrator. It is 100% undeniable proof that the story is lying to us, with a total mix-up, having this 1869 founded date on the back of a postcard that they thought nobody would ever see. This building was not built by people riding around on horses and wagons. This building was found. It was built by the previous civilization that had incredible knowledge and architecture skills and understood how to construct buildings that last forever. So now that we know that this building was founded and the narrative is a complete lie, let's take a look into this architect character, Mr. Napoleon Barassa. And when we take a look at his biography, The character never actually leaves Canada, besides a little vacation to Europe. If he is truly constructing this palace in Massachusetts, this would have been mentioned, considering it's more impressive than anything we have ever constructed today. But the fact that they act like this is pathetic and not even worth mentioning, especially in a time period where presidents were being born in sheds. This should be alarming to anyone. They say his office is in Quebec, Canada, born in Montreal, Canada, visited Europe, founded the Canadian Journal, doing more in Montreal, Canada, in 1880 finding the National Gallery of Canada. Him and his fellow artists are doing more in Quebec, Canada, then dies in Canada. Where is the part that he throws his cowboy hat on, saddles up, heads down to Massachusetts on his horse and wagon, and works for the shipping company Donkeys Incorporated, and knocks out a massive palace? It's not in the narrative, because Napoleon Dynamite didn't do this. It was already found in 1869, exactly like we have shown. The narrative is fully lying to us, and we have fully documented this throughout the first 50 episodes. Now, we have talked about the Samuel Hannaford and Sons in episode 24, I believe, and I thought I would let you all know that they also decided to knock this building out, the Greene County Courthouse in Ohio. And don't forget that they were just incredible. Their chisels just moved a little faster than the rest of ours. Beginning this project in 1901 and completing it in less than 12 months. The winters, of course, weren't an issue. They never were in the 1800s. Honestly, I would love to see someone in 2000.
Yeah, I'm going to say this and I'm going to let it go. Now, pay attention, because he's hit a specific timeline of when a lot of inventions going to start taking place. As I was watching these videos, but he giving it all to some white people saying, that they started making a bunch of inventions at a certain time. And we know that after slavery, and even right after slavery, all the inventions that our people started making here in America. Now, I said that to say this: we probably was the ones creating all this shit the whole time, But let's just pay attention to what he's saying, because what he's saying is true. They didn't do it, and they still can't do it. But being in bondage clipped a lot of our abilities, to do a lot of what we had did in our past civilization, the buildings, the architecture. But what I seen was, as soon as we came out of slavery, all the inventions that our people started bringing forth, So it was one people who already was able to do all that type of shit. We showed that.
2023 or 2024. Try and recreate this project in less than a year. It wouldn't even be close. And we all know this now. So we might ask, in 1901 to 1902, we were able to get these projects done so fast all over the world. It was so easy. What happened? Where did this technology go? Why do we not still do this today? The answer is clear at this point. These stories aren't true. These buildings were not built in 1 year. They were found and repurposed. They used the same architect characters from multiple buildings to attempt to explain them away. We lost this technology within the last 100.
The reason he busted them, and he have busted them lying about every person, fictional person who supposedly built these buildings, well, they wouldn't give a black man credit for building a goddamn thing in 1700 at any point in time in civilization. That's a known fact. So he have busted them that they lied about every person that they said built any of these buildings. And there's plenty of them buildings and galleries and churches and everything else. I've seen the historical dates that they say Germans and all that. All that nonsense is lies. This dude done busted these people.
122 years to construct massive structures in a year? No. Our timeline never had this technology, and we are being lied to. Just adding in primary features of 4,500-pound clocks that are inside of a clock tower that reaches 145 feet into the sky, with perfection, of course. Oh, and the 4,500-pound clock inside of the frame that weighs an additional 3,000 pounds, and of course every hour, still ringing today. This alone would have taken us 5 years to get done. Considering it takes us like a year to get a sidewalk done, and our sidewalks fall apart in like 5 years. This building, on the other hand, with a clock tower and all, will be there forever, as long as nobody touches it. In September of 2022, we have an article in the Dayton Daily News where apparently the building needs our help. We all know that restoration really means destruction at this point. In my opinion, something happened within the last year or so, where a lot of these buildings are being destroyed or restored. And we have a lot of episodes where we have gone to these places and documented that. The Greene County Courthouse will be getting a facelift. Oh, incredible. This fall, as the county seeks to repair and restore and destroy the exterior of the historic building. A $322,000 project to destroy the outside of the old building, which is obviously one of Greene County's most recognizable landmarks. And this next sentence is going to show how old this building really is. The courthouse currently has some limestone that is spalling and in need of repairs. The definition of the word spalling is break off in fragments. Now, how long does it take for stone to break down? You could say that stones decompose over many thousands and even millions of years. Do we all believe that this limestone is spalling in just 100 years? Or is this building much older than we were told? I'd like you to comment below with your opinion. But you all know which way I'm leaning. Incredible stuff. Oh, and of course, they've wanted to do this for a very long time. I mean, how much clearer could this get? This building was not built in less than a year in 1901 to 1902. They've wanted to fix the spalling stone for a long time. And I have to be honest, I don't even know if they realize what they're saying at this point, but they're actually admitting that it's way older than 1901, whether they realize it or not. And of course, additional destructions will be made to the courthouse that they just aren't going to let us know about. Now, this is all back in 2022. So I'm guessing it'll all be done by now, considering it supposedly only took them less than a year to complete the entire building in 1901 to 1902. And we're evolving and advancing, right? Now, while researching this, I thought Greene County only had one courthouse, which they do, but all of a sudden, I was sitting there with two Greene County courthouses, but they're both in a county called Greene. What is with the AI repeating itself over and over? Duplicates all the time. Is this how all the names were created? For all the towns, all the cities, all the characters that they give us? Is this even how our last names were generated? It's all so strange. So we have the Greene County Courthouse that we just talked about over in Ohio, but we have another Greene County in Illinois with another courthouse that was supposedly constructed in less than a year. So both built in less than a year. And this one is even older than the last one that we just talked about. Built in a year from 1891 to 1892. And we all know that this is logistically impossible at this point. We have gone over this for anyone that is new here, or for anyone that wants to revisit this. I think episode 41 is awesome at going over this. There are so many key factors that come into play when designing, preparing, constructing, and executing a building to perfection. You have to have everything go perfect. And even then, knocking it out in a year, over 130 years ago, is insane. It's almost turning into a test to see who gets the joke at this point. Both named the same thing and both built in less than a year. In an interview from 2014, the Greene County clerk and recorder says in an article titled Greene County Courthouse stands the test of time. Exactly what we've been saying here on this channel. And of course, exactly how our construction that we only take 10 months on lasts forever. It stands the test of time. Oh, it doesn't? No, it doesn't. So she says, we have done some rewiring and other things like that, but that's about the only thing wrong with the place. Knocking it out in a year. Good forever. Very standard work for the 1890s because they just worked harder than us, of course. Just more dedicated. Less distractions and less code restrictions. Yeah, sorry, but that doesn't cut it anymore. The 3-story limestone Romanesque revival style building will be there forever, as long as they leave it alone. So in the article, they start saying that there were multiple courthouses here before this one. Because why not? And we all know at this point that this is the first courthouse. It's the only one that's ever been here. But I wanted to see what they had to say about all of these other courthouses. So the county was created in 1821. What do you know? They knocked a courthouse out in 1821 to 1822. Now, we've talked a lot about recurring names, and this is not the first time we've seen this. I brought it up before, and I'm going to bring it up again. Episode 43 for anyone new here, is the best example of this. The AI is generating these names and these stories, in my opinion. And here we have another example of this. The courthouse was a long frame structure and was built by William Finley and another Finley, Thomas. So those names would be fine if we didn't have hundreds of examples of this. We would just say that they are brothers. The problem is that we know what is going on here. It isn't brothers. And I will prove this because in the exact same paragraph, we have Thomas Finley and Thomas Ratton. Multiple Thomases and multiple Finleys. The odds are 0%. There is no chance that this is remotely possible, especially with all of the hours and hours of documented evidence that we have provided. This has happened so many times. This is becoming clearer and clearer by the week. It's in every single city, every single town, all over the world. It's the exact same thing. In the comments section, you guys are all saying the exact same thing in your towns, where you find a fire story and you find the same thing with reoccurring themes and names. It's the same thing all over the world. These are AI-generated names, in my opinion, where they throw a bunch of names into this system and it twists them a little bit, making each story basically the same thing, but just dedicated to that one specific spot. It's undeniable at this point. And then you have the classic half windows at the current ground level, where there is clearly more to this building under the ground, and most likely a tunnel system connecting it to surrounding buildings. Now it is time to go to Brazil, more specifically Rio de Janeiro, where we have the National Library of Brazil that was shipped from Europe in 3 shipments and easily put together in the year 1810. This was a standard construction process in the year 1810, 213 years ago, and wrapped right up in 1811, 1 year. I don't even understand how anyone can even think to question this narrative. It must be a crazy person. Anyway, let's question it. The history of the National Library began on the 1st of November in 1755, when Lisbon suffered a violent earthquake. Now, it's possible that they had an earthquake, but honestly, it could have been an explosion of some kind. So this is clearly, in my opinion, an attempt to find a way to explain why the exact same type of architecture style structures that are all the way over in Portugal are also in Brazil, which is a total of 7,695 miles away from each other. They are telling us they shipped this massive building 7,000 miles, and this was normal. I keep bringing this up, but it's to keep perspective on what they're telling us, that they lived in sheds, yet they could just simply Amazon Prime a palace and get it put together, no problem, and it's there forever, with the help of their cowboy and Indian friends. This is actually insane when you put it all out there like this, especially when you see that they had to come up with a date and assign that date as the official founding date of the National Library. This is the date that they found it. Look at the size of this thing. This was shipped perfectly, without a single issue, over the sea for 7,000 miles, 200 years ago. Which shipping company was used? How many men? Which company put it all back together so that it would be there forever without an issue? Why are we not being told the information that we need to hear in order to fully trust the narrative? Well, because this never happened, in my opinion. And I found this photo from 1909. Where they're trying to tell us that this is a construction photo. Now, for anyone that needs to revisit episode 49, this building is done. There is 0 construction going on here. They are simply painting this building. The scaffolding is for the painting, not building. You can even see the columns are all in place. The whole thing is done. There is no building going on here. How can they get away with saying that this is construction when it's clearly done? 100% for show, and 100% for this photo. They are putting a brand new coat of paint on this thing and saying, look, it's brand new. Just DoorDashed it from Portugal. Oh, and we all caught that, right? This is a construction photo from 1909. But the problem, they told us that this thing was founded in 1810, 100 years prior. Honestly, the narrative is unraveling so fast. It's incredible to see in real time that a fire broke out on November 22nd, 2023, at the Tesla Science Center in Shoreham. This is going right along with our fire narrative. It is 100% still happening today, where this hidden group is destroying these old world buildings and calling it a fire. They collect the insurance check, and nobody is standing there with a wrecking ball, ready to be blamed at the end of the day. The fire, or as we know here, a demolition, is the key to understanding which buildings are from the previous civilization. Because time and time again, we have proved that they do not give us the person, or they give us the dumbest reason as to how these fires start, or simply no reason at all. For this one, we are told that the cause of the fire is not yet known. And honestly, they're never going to tell us the real reason, because we know what the real reason is. The building dates back to 1901, supposedly. It is definitely earlier than that, but let's continue. 1901, and was the final standing laboratory of American inventor Nikola Tesla. I'll keep you all updated if there's anything more on this, but just another eye-opener, that this is a very real thing that is still happening in real time. So 1901, this building is built. 1902, Tesla moves in and gets all of his projects done here until 1906. Are any of us shocked that Tesla supposedly worked in Budapest, a city that is well documented here on this channel, that is my clear-cut #1 city in the world when it comes to this research? What was he told in Budapest as the head of Budapest Telephone Exchange? What did he learn there and then bring over here to the USA to kickstart all of the old world technology in this current timeline? The whole thing is very interesting. I have founded this photo of the Summer Street fire. And honestly, these are brick buildings. Fires don't look like bombs went off. This is not the result of a fire, in my opinion. It looks like the city was carpet bombed. It's just completely wiped out. It's a total mess. Fires don't do this kind of damage. I mean, it looks like the whole area is in the middle of a garbage site at this point. There's just dirt everywhere. There's nothing left. And remember, there was a great fire in nearly every major city. Check it out. I guarantee there was one in a city near you. So were these really fires, or were they being bombed to wipe these buildings out that were everywhere? Buildings that we have shown that hold dates on them, buildings that 100% do not fit in our timeline. It's incredible stuff. I mean, look at these photos. This is the result of a fire? No. In my opinion, there is no way. House fires do not melt stone and brick. It has to be close to 1,500 degrees to 2,000 degrees to melt stone. And house fires simply don't get that hot. Look at the destruction. The ground is really messed up. I mean, what building was in this location that they did not want us to see? Just knowing what we know, seems like it was probably a good one. And just a few more photos here showing the destruction of these fires that started by a cow tipping over a lantern. But at least they switched it up. From horses and cowboys to the stone and marble shipping company, Donkeys Incorporated, to a cow, just rubbing it right in our faces for decades. Until now. So we have an understanding of how these names, towns and buildings, are connected through the AI. There is a reoccurring fire theme. There are all these strange patterns where we have hours and hours of documented evidence of this. We focus on the old world here and the previous civilization and the hidden coded messages within these false narratives, and it all translates into today's world 100%. We know that the airports are so strange, and in my opinion, especially the big ones, they were previously there and we have added on to them. We know that the Denver airport is strange in itself, said to have many buildings that are under the ground. And when we look at the O'Hare International Airport and we have its location and see the address, we find something very strange. Again, coded messages, even in addresses for airports. Here we go. We see 10000 Bessie Coleman Drive, Chicago, Illinois, with a zip code of 60666. We have a lot of interesting things to look into today, including giants. And I sent out a poll on X. You guys voted that you wanted me to talk more about orphans and go much, much deeper. We visited the Cahokia mounds, which is clearly a massive pyramid right next to St. Louis. We have boots on the ground footage in episode 45. And I thought that we covered the best parts of that story until I found this article titled "The Cahokia Mounds Complex, ancient open-air university of North America, for teaching navigation and cyclic astronomy. Here we go. We scroll down and find this paragraph. In the 1880s, archaeologists went into the site and found a vast amount of skeletal evidence in the mounds, sometimes in deep chambers, far from the surface. They found very large individuals, achieving heights of 7 to 8 feet in stature. In a few instances, the skeletons had 6 fingers, 6 toes, and double rows of teeth, where hair was still present. It was often red or blonde in color. All right, interesting. I don't remember being taught of the 6-fingered giants. Well, let's keep going. Here in the very next paragraph, I think we find which group is being controlled and being told to hide this information from us. I look at this group as a front. I think they're being told to do this by the hidden group, but let's see what happened here. And you, of course, decide for yourself. John Wesley Powell lived with the Indians, and of course, became the first director of the U.S. Bureau of Ethnology at the Smithsonian Institute. Powell started deciding what we were going to learn, deciding that the Indians were the only people who had ever been in the Americas prior to Columbus. So, he tells us that the Indians were responsible for the Cahokia Mounds. Very interesting. And also, Columbus, in my opinion, was not a real character, and just another story where if you think he was good or bad, you are admitting that he was real, when in reality, he's a fictional character to attempt to set up their ridiculous timeline. Are you ready to go even deeper? We have fully documented reliable accounts of the Smithsonian Institute personnel traveling to the 1800s communities in Middle America to take possession of large skeletons exhumed from the mounds, where they have this information documented in papers. Then we have Patricia Mason of Ohio reaching out to the Smithsonian Institute for more information to try to find these giant skeletons that were somehow gifted to this museum, or you could call it a burn pit, because they told Patricia that the Smithsonian Institute never received any of these items. So we clearly have an operation here. We are starting to see who is doing what. We are seeing key players in the game and who is attempting to hide our past from us. At this point, there were 100% giants in my opinion. The doors that we've seen here are massive. They aren't for us. Buildings are way too big. They aren't proportionate to our size at all. And when you find this article from 1891, where it states that the old Catholic temple erected at Cahokia 120 years ago in 1771, which was 5 years before the USA was even found. It was abandoned as a church. The old temple has an interesting history. Well, I'm sure it does. A temple from 1771. And wait, what did they say was 24 inches under the dirt from episode 45? What appeared to be the outline of the temple. Was this temple and these giant bones here so much closer to our timeline than we are told? Covered up by dirt at some point after 1891. They could be talking about another temple located in the same town of. But how many temples does one small town have in 1771? This is all very strange. Either this is the temple, and it was built in 1771, and this was common knowledge, possibly by giants, or it was filled with temples. It's very interesting stuff. How many temples does your town have? In 1771, I guess they just had a bunch of temples all over the place. What is going on here? Especially when St. Clair County, the county that is located in, wasn't even found until April 27th, 1790, which is like 20 years after they say this temple was built. The mainstream history is a complete mess at this point. It isn't logical at all. The truth is smooth. It makes sense. There aren't holes in the truth. A lie is a mess and all over the place. And this is exactly why we fully trust the mainstream narrative. Oh, wait, we don't? Now in Columbus, Ohio, we are given one of the most important narratives to this point, to our research, in my opinion. We have the Pontifical College, Josephinum, where Joseph comes over to the USA from Germany in 1867. 3 years later, he becomes a priest. and has his own church within a few months. And he gets to buy the house next door, of course, to support 12 orphans. And do we all know about the orphans at this point? Possibly a repopulation tactic that was going on in the 1800s. It's very interesting. Was it only 12 orphans? Or was this one of the places that they would send the orphans through to get them into society? Because who would ever question Joseph the priest from the 1800s? You know, the guy that just randomly shows up from Germany, has all the money ready to buy houses somehow, to support orphans. It all checks out, of course. Simple stuff for Joseph. This was known as a St. Joseph Orphan Asylum. It grew so rapidly, for some weird and, of course, very random reason, that 5 years after it began, Joseph moved the operation closer to the railroad, which is how these individuals would be dispersed throughout the country. So this is a paragraph of admission. We are being told, down to the smallest detail, how this operation worked. It would go through churches. They would bring a manager type over from Europe, call them a priest, give them a house, give them the resources to run these operations, purchasing new buildings with ease to run the program. So not only do you have the World's Fairs that were a repopulation tactic, you had these orphan trains and orphan hubs where they would be dropped off and planted into society. The new facility that Joseph was just finding and saying was his. I want to make that clear. He wasn't building anything. He was given these buildings that were already there from the previous civilization. So the new building gave the orphans a training in the trades. So this Joseph guy was obviously sent with a purpose to repopulate and teach to a brand new society, one that didn't have any skills. This right here is how you reset a society's technology level. The teacher is never in charge of what the students learn. This Joseph character is a teacher of a class. He is not the principal of the school. There are many schools. He is clearly taking direction as to what the students of the new society will learn. There were many classes like this one all over the country, happening simultaneously. This was an operation. This went on for 12 years with zero backstory. Finds a collegium, Josephinum, this massive college, is just found and ready to roll. No clue where the money came from. No mention of how many men were needed to build this place. Just found it. And its first class of 23 men began. It's unbelievable. This is one of the most important stories to our research, in my opinion, because it shows exactly how the operation took place. It's actually laying it all out there and shows us exactly how they repopulated these regions in the USA. It shows us the operation with the orphans, the teaching programs. And this was our base for our technological knowledge. Whoever controlled this operation from the top has all of the technology from the previous civilization and is controlling what technology we get to have. And they've clearly been doing this for a very long time. And for anyone that's on the fence, we have the St. Vincent's Infant Asylum located in Baltimore, where we have tunnels under the ground. This infant asylum was in use in the mid-1800s, during the same time period as German transferred Joseph. And what do you know? In the early 1900s, the operation was done. And they declined new orphans. 1941, they changed this to apartments. And in 2015, they light it up and try to destroy it with a fire, but they fail. So 3 years later, what do you think happens? 2018, the building was illegally demolished without a permit. You literally can't make this stuff up. It gets more and more obvious if you're still on the fence. Let's go even deeper. We have the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum, located in Galveston, Texas, where they tell us that this one is haunted. Now, I've talked about hauntings before briefly. I'm not going to say that there aren't any hauntings, but when it comes to these old world buildings, I think it was a tactic to keep people away from them. Just say that they're haunted, and it scares everyone away from investigating. So we have yet again another orphan operation going on in the mid-1800s. And I'm just going to let you know that this is going on and on and on. There were so many orphan operations going on in the mid-1800s because this was how they were repopulating these cities. So where were all these kids' parents? Is this where a lot of our families originated from? Is this why the family trees in the USA almost all end around the same time period? We are told hundreds of fire stories through the first 52 episodes. We know that that is the key. and the nod that it's a building that was constructed by the previous civilization. The St. Mary's Orphan Asylum. For anyone wondering where the parents of these orphans were, you might want to check the other asylum, the insane asylum, because they were not going along with the reset. Here's a graph showing that the insane asylums are disappearing over time. And I wonder why. Good thing they cared so much about us in 1955 and 1965, because surely that was the fix. And then a fire had devastated the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum in 1875. If anyone is still on the fence, there is room over here to get off the fence. And honestly, who would want to sit on top of a fence anyway? So we have Ohio, Baltimore, Texas. We have all these towns and cities being repopulated. Brand new people, brand new social structures, brand new mindsets, and resetting what people are taught. This all happened around 150 years ago. So this is all very new. This isn't thousands of years ago. Then we have another very interesting aspect of this in Germany during the same exact time period. And remember, we also have good old Joseph from earlier, also from Germany. So here we are given the Kinder Beware install. And if I pronounce that wrong, I hope you all understand. This is where we are given kindergarten, another tactic to teach children the brand new social structures. What better way to trick people? Take them out of their family's home and tell them what to think, and then test them on it. Failing the test will then lower your self-esteem, putting a social pressure on children to agree with this new way of taught, or they will be called dumb and get an F. This is an operation. It's all connected, and it's designed to enslave the world's population. Year after year, we are all taught a false narrative. We've all been brainwashed into thinking that you are either smart or dumb based on a curriculum that holds zero value in the real world. Now, who knows if this Frederick Froebel was even a real character, but they do admit that kindergarten starts in Germany around the exact same time period that we're talking about, the mid-1800s. So I wanted to tie it all in with the rest of the world. This is a worldwide operation. This is not just the USA. We have a lot of things in the USA being controlled through Germany during this time period, especially the education aspect of it. And I want to point out that yes, we have borders and division now. We have so many countries in the world, and everyone is separated. And you're unable to travel to other lands unless you have a piece of paper that is registered and checked at the checkpoints. But who's to say that there even was a border in the previous civilization? Were there so-called elected leaders controlling everyone, deciding what we can and cannot do? Could they have had a truly free life where they were able to travel wherever they want freely and not feel like they're invading someone else's territory? I would say, in my opinion, this was the world that was here before the reset. And something happened where this past civilization was wiped out and their technology was stolen by a group. And some of it is now being sold back to us strategically. The good stuff is kept. Here we have the St. Joseph's Orphanage, located in Vermont. And if you want to know where they get these horror movies, where they show a nun doing crazy things, there's a dark truth to it. These movies don't come out of nowhere. They come from the last 150 years. Here in Vermont, in the mid-1800s again, thousands of children came through its doors. If you want to demoralize, control, and manipulate a new population, make them completely forget their past and never question what they're told, you would make them suffer. You would take them from their families, and you would ruin their mind at a young age. This is exactly what happened in the wars, where all men between ages 21 to 45 were required to fight in World War I, which was in 1914 to 1919. 2.8 million men drafted, 2 million volunteered, where you get the term shell-shocked to talk about destroying minds and making sure that the population is unable to focus on finding the truth. So we have millions of people in wars. We have more than 5 million American children passing through the orphanage system in the 1900s alone, hitting its peak in the early 1900s. So it began in the mid-1800s and really ramped up to populate these cities. The American orphanage system included more than 1,600 institutions, partly supported by public funding, but usually run by religious orders, exactly like we talked about in the beginning of this episode. So I think we have now a very solid understanding how the USA was repopulated, how this operation took place, and exactly when it took place. I think that we now have factual evidence as to when this reset really happened. And I think that every episode that is released makes episode 10 and 38 stronger and stronger, giving us more and more proof to our true history. Through forensic photo analysis, I've found a massive historical cover-up. I started by looking at photos from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. This specific photo caught my eye. Something was off, and that's when I zoomed in on it. The tree line has clearly been altered. It's much darker behind the trees, where the editor got lazy and didn't wipe out the sky. And this was just the beginning of it. Because when I see one flaw, I know that it's time to investigate. A forensic photo analysis uses algorithms that we can determine if it's a real photo, computer generated, or if it was modified and edited. So I sent the photo into the forensic photo analysis, and the results were shocking. We clearly have something in the sky that has been removed from this photo. Before I give my thoughts on what it is, I just want all of you to look at it for a second and let me know in the comments below what you think that is. I'll also show you a comparison to another photo that I had analyzed to show that having a figure in the sky is not random and not normal. There was something here in this photo, and it's been edited out. It's undeniable. It's been removed to hide it from our timeline. In my opinion, this was an airship. We were never supposed to understand just how popular this free form of transportation really was. It was much more powerful than we could ever imagine. Here we have a castle. Oh, did I say castle? I meant courthouse. We have the Royal Courts of Justice, located in London, England, where for some weird reason, they just couldn't decide on a design for this project. There were so many designs coming in with master plans that they needed to hold a design competition, which was very common back in the 1800s, because of course these 1800s people were just brilliant. It was very simple stuff back then. They just weren't distracted. They worked harder than us. And as long as they could draw it on a piece of paper with their feather, Donkeys Incorporated had the construction side of things down. Never an issue in the 1800s. So the competition began in 1866, 158 years ago, and ended in 1867. After 12 architects drew up their master plans, something that nobody will ever create again today, they supposedly had 12 guys in just London that could draw this type of thing up. In 2023 or 2024, we have a total of 0 people that could draw this up and get it constructed in the entire world, let alone just London. 158 years ago, according to the mainstream narrative, this was, of course, no problem at all. Very simple stuff. So in 1868, they picked George Street. He was the champion of this contest. He went and got Messrs. Bull and his sons. Because in the 1800s, every single construction company in the whole world has to have sons at the end of it for some reason. Going back to the great Samuel Hannaford's and Sons, and there's many other examples throughout the episodes. In fact, I would love to know how many times we found a company with sons attached to the name. In my opinion, this is another clear pattern, proving that the AI is generating these names all over the world. Now, just to put this all into perspective, if we are trusting the mainstream story, only 57 years prior to all of this happening, Abe Lincoln, a president of the United States, was being born in this masterpiece. The USA supposedly broke away from England and supposedly beat them in the war. If the USA was that smart and could beat England in a war, surely an architect or two would have followed along to America. I mean, London alone had 12. Surely the USA would have gotten 1 or 2. So in 1809, we have shed masterpieces being put together with perfection. And all over London, we have the interior holding more than 1,000 rooms that include various meeting chambers, administrative offices, and at least, but could be more, than 78 courtrooms. Additionally, there are 3.5 miles of corridors. And supposedly have all of this being constructed, even though we're told that the Masons led a serious strike in the beginning of the project. Bullcrap and Sons had to find more master builders, which of course was simple stuff in the 1800s. There was plenty to go around. So they were able to get some from Germany and they knocked this entire thing out with perfection. And it will last forever. And even though there were some issues finding new people to construct this place, it wasn't a problem really. They got the whole thing done and settled in just 8 years. Are you on the fence? Should we go deeper? Not only was this done with perfection, the winner of the contest, George Street, as we have seen so many times before, dies before the project was completed. This is so repetitive, where the winner of a design competition doesn't live to see the end of the project, and they're able to just bring anybody else in to finish it. Doesn't matter who. Everybody could do this back in the 1800s with ease. So then we have the Church of St. Mary, the Virgin Ivanhoe. And this will all tie together, but this was found around 800 years ago, in the year 1220 or 1222, which, I mean, come on. It was the booming 1200s. They worked by moonlight. Very busy people, very dedicated. Lots of skilled hunters and gatherers without a power tool in sight. Actually 673 years away from a power tool, supposedly. And of course, the building will be there forever. They are addicted to lying because it is thought that an even older church may have originally stood here. I'm just surprised they didn't say that the first one burned down in a fire. The church was, of course, rebuilt for some reason in the year 1234, which was only 12 years after they say they found it. And they say that some of the original features survived. Survived? Wait, why are they rebuilding it? What happened? Did I miss some? Oh, you gotta be joking. 4 years after they found it, it supposedly burned down in a fire. To believe these stories, it would take some effort at this point. And I'm just gonna be honest with you. In my opinion, that isn't even the craziest part of the story. Let's go even deeper. But before we do that, I just want to show you all the reoccurring AI-generated names really quick. We have Richard Blackhead and Richard Seward. So we have two Richards. And of course, Peter Desroches and Peter Checkapork. So we got two Peters and two Richards. We have more builders in London that like to build with their sons, John Warner and Sons, with, of course, another John down here at the bottom, John Downcombe, where he has two wives, marries both of them. And one's named Mary. We have John Downcombe, and of course, we can't forget about the other Downcombe, Thomas, and the other one, William. And for the best part of this name generator, William married two people, Mary and Alice, spelled A-L-I-C-E. John Downcombe. Guess who he marries? Do I even need to say it? I think we all know at this point what her name will be. Another Alice, spelled A-L-Y-C-E. If you're new to this and on the fence, if the AI is generating these names, this is not the first time that this has happened. You're going to want to check out episode 43 and all the reoccurring names in that one. Are we having fun? Are we ready for the best part? Remember, when we are told about the George Street guy, you know, the guy that died in the middle of the 1,000-room palace project that was done in 8 years, 158 years ago, guess who the AI just had to add in here to try to explain this one away as well? Mr. George Edmund Street. When in 1871 to 1872, he of course knocked out some Victorian Gothic revival style elements and built the north and south porches, as well as a medieval style baptistry. Of course he did. None of that was original, and this is totally believable. Oh, wait, it isn't? No, this was here long before anyone named George Street came around, and he did not do any medieval style construction in a year, 153 years ago. This was constructed by the previous civilization that was much more advanced than we are today. And now that we know that George Street is a pawn in their generated system, it's time to investigate even further. I have located George Street in all of his supposed projects. And remember, in the 1800s, he was doing projects that we cannot recreate today. In just 1 year, George Street was supposedly born in 1824. How old do you think he was when he was completing his first building? 35 would be shocking. 30 is insane. We are told that George Street got to work and built the St. Mary's Church in 1848, making Street just 24 years old. And if you go onto this church's website, they say he was 22, where his sister, an embroiderer, heard of a Cornish clergyman and needed a new church built. Who better to ask than a 22 or 24-year-old clerk his sister Mary prevailed to give her inexperienced brother the commission for his brand new church. The rest, as they say, is his story. So obviously this is ridiculous. And we need to keep digging because, are they really going to keep doing this today? What was his sister's name again? And what is the church's name? Both named Mary? Okay, I think at this point we can be sure that they won't do it again, right? No way. George Street, his name is George. What is the guy's name that is building the building that hired George Street? They're not going to tell us that this guy's name is also George. If they say that his name is George, then I don't know what I'm going to do, but what is Reverend Prine's name? The Cornish clergyman who intended to build the new Street Mary Church, where George's sister Mary went and asked George Prine. I knew it was the AI before. I don't get shocked at things very often. This one is just so in your face. It's incredible. The good old Cornish clergyman giving away work in Cornwall. Amazing. I think we can do a few episodes on this first George Street, and probably a few episodes on the second George and all the Marys. Let me know if you want me to dig more into their narrative. So George Street, the first George, the 22 or 24-year-old master builder. Remember, he was constructing this 1,000-room courthouse in London for 7 years because he was kicked out of the script a year before it got done in 1882. And remember, from our last episode, episode 52, this is the exact same time period where you have all this chaos going on around the world. Nobody is focused on these narratives. You have all these millions of orphans all over the USA. You have the Civil War going on. You have slavery. You have all these insane high-intensity type events going on all over the place. People were not looking into George Street and the hundreds of buildings that they were pinning on this character. In fact, even if they wanted to, it wasn't written in a book yet. And they didn't have the resources to prove anything. So they just had to simply believe it. And everyone accepted it as the truth until now. 1873 to 1881, George Street is pinned as the man in charge of the Royal Courts of Justice for those 8 years. I would love to know if he was fully focused on this project, one that we could never reproduce today in 8 years. And we have shown the Kleksinski building in Chicago, where it is a basic box that took our civilization 14 years to build, from 1960 to 1974. Or was George so good at his job that he could also get multiple other projects done at the exact same time? 1873 to 1881, George has been pinned and said to have had 42 other projects going on at the exact same time. Still believing the mainstream narrative? That we went to California and got some cool footage of some really cool buildings out there. So we will be talking about that and showing what we found. They tell us that the Linenwold Castle, located in Ambler, Pennsylvania, was designed by Milton Bean and built in 1890 without any details on its construction. It's just done in 1890. Where Madison lived in the castle with his second wife, Mary, where after Madison died, the new people turned this palace into an orphanage called St. Mary's. Mary, Mary, Mary. So we have a massive castle done in 1 year or less. And for decades, that's all we needed to hear for it to be true until now, where we understand that logically that is impossible, especially 134 years ago. And especially when it's a castle straight out of the old world civilization's home improvement catalog. Here on househistree.com, in the middle of this story that has zero logistical details or anything relevant to actually building anything, and just has a bunch of nonsense, like naming sons royal, retired business partners, and telling us how many rooms are in this castle that they found. They do give us a tip, and the tip is the Windsor Castle. The sentence reads that Madison might have chose to model his castle after the Windsor Castle, which is the most popular answer. And it's the most popular answer among which group? Because that is definitely not the most popular answer to us, but they think it might be modeled after another castle nearby, and they all dispute it for years and years. And remember, it's all nonsense. We have no idea who this group is that they tell us that this is the most popular thought. What I see in all of this is one thing, the Windsor Castle. And I want to see what year they say this Windsor Castle was built in, because I bet you it is connected to this castle. And this castle in Pennsylvania might have actually been built hundreds of years ago, if not thousands. And they will give it all away with this Windsor Castle connection, located in Berkshire, Windsor, built in 1070, over 954 years ago as a fortress, and covers 484,000 square feet of living space, divided into about 1,000 rooms. So something is extremely clear here. We are 100% being lied to about our history, and we all know that. But I have to say it out loud, because 1,000 years ago, they are building 1,000 room fortresses with ease. And it of course lasts forever, no questions asked. And today we have evolved so much that we can't build a sidewalk without stepping in it before it dries. Now, this is my opinion, but I can see them adding this Windsor Castle into the narrative for a specific reason. And I personally think it's to connect the dates, that these castles are from nearly 1,000 years ago, when the previous civilization that had all the technology, had proper training, and had the logistics down. Instead of the opposite happening, where we are told that there were no classes in castle building at the local community college in the year 1070, where they would go home to their sheds and sleep with candlelight, freezing using barn hay as beds, and then waking up again traveling by horse and wagon to pull stone and granite miles on a trail and getting this 1,000 room fortress done no problem. The timeline is clearly all over the place at this point. They could have told us that it was built in the year 1045. It would have made no difference. And people would have just believed it until you start digging deeper, which we are doing here. Episode 41 is awesome at showing the proper logistics of a project, if you're interested in that after this. The castle has, of course, 300 fireplaces and 379 clocks. Do any of our towns have any upcoming plans to knock a 1,000 room, 300 fireplace fortress out in the next few years? What about half that? No? With our modern construction, 1,000 years after they did this, we should be able to do this with ease, since they did, without a power tool in sight. Supposedly, we have a better education system, so we are told. We have more knowledge than ever, supposedly. What is wrong with this picture? I would say a lot. Do you understand that something is wrong with the timeline? Something massive. Can we all see the lie very clearly now? We have been lied to about all of this, starting around the year 1800. Possibly right before that, where everything in our timeline began. And the old world buildings from the previous civilization are still here for us to see in every city, with insane narratives to try to fit them into this lie, where we are told that people from 1,000 years ago were less than us, worse off. And we are told that we have all this brand new technology in the last 200 years. Everything is brand new. Every company was created recently all over the world. Is that not strange to you? And we're told this new technology has never been here before. Planes, trains, cars, phones, computers, internet, and the AI, when it has. And in my opinion, it's been here many, many times before. I believe that I have found possibly the clearest proof that these buildings are much older than we are told, and clearly built by a much more advanced civilization that was here before our current timeline, that we aren't being told about. We have the Pancharatna Govinda temple, where the trees, the grass, the weeds, the rest of it are totally overgrowing and covering the structure, which would take decades of zero maintenance, which would also mean that in order for this story to be true, the one that they're telling us, they would have had to build the building and then left it immediately after, without it even ever being used. So when I tell you the mainstream story, remember this. This photo was taken in the 1800s by James Ferguson. This is the Pancharatna temple. And when we take a look at the mainstream narrative, it's going to prove that they have no idea how to explain this one. A massive, perfect temple located in Pattaya, India. And today I want to show you just how horrible the mainstream historians are at their job. They tell us that the palace is reported to have been built at some point between 1823 and 1895, at some point. But they have no idea. But when we go back to episode 50 and read the narrative about this arch, they knew all about the history and told us that it was constructed in the second half, not the first half, the second half of the 3rd century BC, because they, of course, know all about the negative 300s, but have zero idea what's going on between 1823 and 1895. Can you see how insane this is? They can't have both. Either you know what's going on or you don't. So it's reported to have been built. Reported by who? Did it get reported by Ron Burgundy? Who is the reporter, for one? And for two, their report is pretty terrible, giving us a 72-year gap. And on top of all of this, the photo has the number 73 written on it, which of course could mean anything and could be wrong, but let's pretend it's the year 1873, since remember, James Ferguson, the man who actually took this photo, died in 1886. This would make sense. This would mean that the mainstream history is completely wrong, and there is no way that it could have been built at any point after 1873, since we have a picture of it here. And it definitely couldn't have been built after Ferguson's death in 1886. Yet they tell us that it could have been built in 1895. It's incredible. And a clear lie, since we have a photo of it and proof that it was here long before that and found with nature growing all over it. And here it sits today. So clearly they have uncovered more from the surrounding area that was also buried by nature. And when you zoom in on the building, this was something that was constructed in the 1800s by Donkeys Incorporated. And we can see that this is definitely the same building with the same 3 arches at the bottom. It's absolutely incredible. So I wonder if this is the way that a lot of these old world buildings were found, with trees and grass all over them. But we just never had a photo of it. And this gets even more interesting. When we take a look at this place from the sky, this was not a random building sometime in 1800. And I want to make that point very clear. We have a water system that has 90-degree angles surrounding this building. Not only that, but there are multiple temples. It honestly looks like a fortress. So we have these other structures within this area, with this one being the biggest of them all. And we have some damage done to the side here, which I wonder if it depicted something before they destroyed it that they did not want us to see. Now I'm going to drop this view down on Google Earth and show you the detail of this place and show you that this is obviously not from the last 200 years. We have seen so many buildings from the USA that were supposedly built in the last 200 years, or even in our last episode when we showed the Windsor Castle, which was built 1,000 years ago, supposedly, which is in perfect shape. In my opinion, this building that we're looking at today is thousands of years old, possibly covering not just one population reset, but many. I don't think the 1800s were the first reset. I think that whoever controls the resets fully understands how to execute them and have perfected them over time. They've tweaked them, giving us back less and less technology each time that was once here before the new timeline is revealed, which is why our architecture gets worse and worse. In 100 years, 99% of our homes with plastic siding without maintenance would basically be gone, which in my opinion is exactly what they want. So when the next reset comes around, if there is one, there's no proof that we were ever here. Here we have the Manitowoc County Courthouse, located in Wisconsin, where we have a building that is much older than we were told. And if you've seen the first 53 episodes, you'll enjoy this. The current courthouse is the 3rd courthouse to serve Manitowoc County. The first courthouse was built in 1839. 13 years later, we are told that in 1852, this one burned down in a fire. Of course it did. Because 99% of the old world buildings, as we know, hold a fire story. The fire story is the nod to the hidden group, in my opinion, that this building is from the previous civilization. And we did not construct this building in our current timeline. In my opinion, this is the only courthouse that has ever been here. Yet they tell us the 2nd courthouse was all done and wrapped up in 1857 on the same site as the present courthouse. Of course it was. This is the same courthouse. In just 48 years, we are told that this one was outdated and needed to be replaced because in the 1800s, they could be picky and build a new building whenever they wanted. A time before the power tool, they could just knock buildings down and replace them very easily. Oh wait, no, they didn't knock the second one down? The 2nd courthouse was moved a block to the south. So now they're just moving buildings around. After going through the trouble of moving this brand new courthouse that was supposedly too old, they demolish it to make way for a jail and a sheriff's department. This is incredible. Does this sound shady or what? Here we go. The courthouse that is a masterpiece and will be here forever was built in just 2 years, in 1905 to 1907, by another company with a guy and his sons, of course, because they can't seem to leave the sons part out. And then we get the old severe storm damaged the glass. The old world dome was destroyed by some rain. Sure it was. And then they rebuilt it with stainless steel, of course. I would love to know what that dome really looked like before it was destroyed. And what was it made of before they destroyed it? And what kind of artwork did it have? And all of this is not even the craziest part. The guy and his son's construction company were so good at their job that they could knock this palace out in less than 24 months, over 120 years ago. So their resumes should be long listed and hold other masterpieces. Right? Wait, no? What is this? George Rickman and Sons Construction Company only constructed 2 buildings in their entire existence, and both of them in the year 1906. So not only were they knocking out 2 palaces, so they say, but they were also doing it at the exact same time, and then never built anything ever again. How is that believable at all? Over 120 years ago? Well, it isn't, especially when they were located in different states. One located in Benton, Iowa, the other one located in northern Wisconsin, which is over a 5-hour drive in 2024, over 300 miles apart. Yet they are laying the cornerstone supposedly in late 1905, mid-October, and completing it basically that same year in 1906. And if you're on the fence and you haven't seen the fire narrative before this episode, get ready to have your mind blown. We already know that the Manitowoc County Courthouse holds the fire narrative and was supposedly built by the same people in the same year. The Benton County Courthouse, the first courthouse, where the county officers occupied 2 rooms. In the supposed unfinished second floor, before the building was destroyed by a fire the following year. Now, the third courthouse was built in December of 1856. The second and third courthouses were built on the same location as the present courthouse, the fourth courthouse on this site. At which point can we all agree that the mainstream narrative of our supposed history is a complete lie? It is the exact same story over and over and over, all over the world, where we get multiple courthouses on the same exact site, and they all light up in fire somehow. And they all have the same architect and his sons, with 0 details ever given to us on the actual construction process. And then you go look at the finished product, and it's a masterpiece, something that will last forever, and something that we don't recreate today, and something that was supposedly built in 1 year or less. And we have never seen this happen. And we have so many more resources than they did, supposedly. And then whenever we're told that they're going to go renovate one of these buildings, the renovation process takes multiple years and an incredible amount of manpower. And it only took the 1800s and early 1900s people 1 year or less. It doesn't make any logical sense when you really think about it. The Benton County Courthouse never had 3 previous courthouses, in my opinion. This is the only courthouse, and these stories are just that. They're stories. They're not true. A building that features a 112-foot central tower. It contains a 4-faced illuminated clock, a 1,500-pound B-flat bell, and is topped with a dome. The 2-story structure sits on a raised basement. All of this, we are told, was built in a year or less, while the builder was off in northern Wisconsin at the exact same time. And both buildings holding basically the exact same narrative, where they have multiple buildings on the same site, and both buildings holding the fire narrative. Can you see the lie very clearly now? And are you ready for the most eye-opening part of this story? The part that gives this all away, that this is mathematically impossible for it to be true. Considering everything that we have talked about to this point, here we go. The Manitowoc County Courthouse was supposedly completed in 1905, when the Benton County Courthouse started that same exact year and was completed in 1906. And the Manitowoc County Courthouse, again, holds its fire story in 1852. What are the odds that the Benton County Courthouse stood unfinished until the exact same year of 1852, when the county officers occupied 2 rooms in the unfinished building, when it was destroyed by a fire the following year? The fire narrative is the key. and the nod, that these buildings were built by the previous civilization. When you know what you're looking for, it becomes extremely clear that the narrative is a lie. And these buildings have a hidden past that we are not being told about. Both fires happening a year apart, having the same builder characters with sons attached to the name, having the same year of construction. Both narratives having multiple courthouses located on the exact same site, located over 300 miles apart, built with perfection, and both lasting forever. And we all remember that George Rickman and his sons only built 2 buildings in their entire existence, which would never hold up in court, since it wasn't like they were out there building 7-Elevens. They built 2 massive palaces with perfection and fast. They would be the most sought after construction company in the world today, based on what they did. And they did it all with zero formal training, which was standard back in the 1800s, according to the mainstream historians. So 2 buildings for them, both in the exact same year, totally believable, no. And then we have the supposed architect, Bell and Detweiler, where you will all enjoy to hear that Bell and Detweiler also only constructed 2 buildings in their entire existence. Also, in the exact same year. Both buildings just happen to be palaces that last forever. How can this be possible? You would think that these 2 would team up for a few more projects, just for old time's sake, and maybe build some houses for some people. Maybe a local business would be interested in hiring them. No, it never happened again. Just 2 massive buildings in the exact same year, and then they both call it a career. If I'm being totally honest, this isn't even close to possible. This is honestly incredible that this is what we've been told. And this is the explanation for these buildings. How have we all just allowed this for so long? Could you imagine today that Bell and Sons, with zero backstory, both knocking out these courthouses and state capitol buildings in the exact same year? One in Iowa, the other one in South Dakota, and zero information on their training processes. Every architect will tell you, and every engineer will tell you, that this is impossible. Where are the materials coming from? How many men did they have working on the project? Were the workers also trained somewhere? Or were they just local prisoners, like we've been told so many times? And then after all of this, they get these buildings done with perfection, and nobody ever hires them again, with nothing on their resume. They were hired for 2 palaces in the exact same year. It just isn't logical. And both the architect and the construction company definitely would have built something else after these 2 incredible buildings. So here we have the Saints Peter and Paul Church, with a location that you would think that they might want to change, since it is a church located at 666 Filbert Street, San Francisco, California. I mean, what is going on here? When I saw this, I couldn't believe my eyes. This is the address that they give a church? Really? So not only is the address bizarre, so is the history, where we're told that this is the second church on this site. The first one being built in 1884 and was destroyed by an earthquake 22 years later. So the next one was built on the same site of 666 Filbert Street. And of course, when you dig deeper, you get more than just an earthquake. You get the fire narrative and the nod that this building is from the old world, where the church succumbed to the destructive forces of the 1906 earthquake and subsequent fire, leading to them demolishing it. How long did it take to construct the first one? Who was the architect? The construction company? How many men did it take to build the first one? Because this is the first church that is here today. This is the only church that's ever been on this site of 666 Filbert Street, San Francisco. And we know that now. And we also know that they want to destroy these buildings, and have for a very long time, because these buildings give it all away, that the narrative isn't logical. This supposed second church, which we know is the first church, but the second one, we are told, was completed in 1924. 2 years later, in 1926 and 1927, St. Peter's and Paul Church was bombed 4 times. What were they bombing and destroying inside and on the outside of this church that they didn't want us to see? Dates, artwork of the old world. The bombs were always placed at night, and no one was ever around to see what was going on. Bombs will go off every few months. And for the clear giveaway that this, in my opinion, was a planned operation. Another bomb went off inside the church, January 1927. Though there was a police officer monitoring the church, he was unable to catch the bomber. I've been here a few times and I'm back now. We just flew out to California to show you all buildings on the west coast of North America that definitely don't belong in our mainstream timeline. Buildings that are so incredibly detailed that were supposedly built for a fair by a man and his chisel. Are you ready to have your mind blown today? Well, here we go. We are going to visit and investigate Balboa Park, located in San Diego, California, a place that I've wanted to go and investigate for a very long time. Before we go to Balboa Park today, I want to set it up so that we all understand what's going on in California. So we have the St. Mark's Basilica in the year 828, not 1828, 828, located in Milan, Italy. We have perfectly detailed buildings all over the world. We have all this incredible architecture for hundreds and thousands of years, supposedly. And this is what they tell us. So when we find a photo from Los Angeles in 1860, we have unpaved roads. We have sheds. It looks miserable. The narrative is completely contradicting itself. You can't go from perfect masterpieces all over the world, and just because they aren't feeling up for it today, they build a shed instead of a palace. There is zero consistency. And this is the difference between the truth and fiction. A lie is all over the place. The truth, as we know, is smooth and makes perfect sense. There would be no debate. Yet, there is 100% a debate about the history that we're told. So our civilization has clearly lost the technology to construct in the Gothic revival style at this point in the 1860s. And in the year 1860, the reset had already happened. So this is when I want to show you a building in Los Angeles that was found in 1867, only 7 years after this photo of these works of art. This is when they tell us that they moved around using so many buildings until they finally decided on this one. When we all understand that this was the first building. This building was here from the previous civilization. We have proof that they were constructing huts with perfection. Not a single screw went loose. They were clearly not constructing palaces. So we can see at this point that something is seriously off about the mainstream narrative. It's all over the place, attempting to explain how this building could possibly be here in Los Angeles in the 1860s, during the exact same time of the shed construction days. So they say they moved around, using a variety of buildings without giving any detail as to which buildings these were, or how they were being built, or why they were moving to so many buildings, especially when I don't see a single building in any photo from the 1860s. So they just settled on this one. This wasn't their first choice, but I guess this building would be okay for them. Unbelievable. I wanted to show you this because you now understand what was going on in Los Angeles, the biggest city in California, during the exact same time period. Because it's time to show what we found when we took a trip to San Diego, California, and investigated Balboa Park, home of the 1915, 1916, and 1935 and 1936 World's Fairs. At that point, only had a population of 40,000 people. Yet, of course, they had these massive structures and were supposedly in desperate need of multiple World's Fairs. Balboa Park is a 1,200-acre site. It's massive. You have to take a tour bus in order to see the entire thing. Now they tell us these World's Fairs are the reason that all of these insane architectural landmarks are just sitting here, when we all know that these were constructed by the previous civilization and have been here much longer than we are being told. The shape of Balboa Park's land layout is all over the place. It's a complete mess with jagged edges and, it's a perfect square with perfect 90-degree angles, a perfect land cutout, which we have shown before, how they do this with golf courses and zoos, normally to hide something that was or still under this land that they don't want us to see. Oh, and of course, right here, we have a golf course. Wait, there's also a zoo here? Of course there is. The San Diego Zoo is also located here. So we get both the zoo and a massive golf course in this perfect 90-degree cutout here in one shot. Incredible. The things that they can hide under a golf course or a zoo are unimaginable by dumping dirt on top of the previous civilization structures. And nobody's questioning it ever again. And a bird park up here, in case you're interested in that. It's very nice of them. Okay, so we're given a list of museums that are located within this massive layout. 16 of them. We get 17 gardens and 20 attractions and venues. I'm going to show you guys inside the zoo and see what's going on there. But first, I want to show you what these buildings look like. So we're all on the same page, that none of these buildings are being recreated today, and they last forever and weren't built for some fair. This one is the San Diego History Center, which is built with perfection, perfect architecture, and isn't going anywhere, where they say they found it in 1928. Balboa Park is also home to the San Diego Museum of Art, which is just mind-blowing that they're trying to tell us that this was built in just 24 months. 100 years ago. Does anyone see their towns getting ready to throw one of these together in just 24 months anytime soon? Since it was so easy back then, 24 months, you'd think we could do it now. Let me know in the comments, please. I've been checking for years, but I haven't seen any plans in my town getting ready to knock one of these out. And I'll tell you what, with our evolving and advancing skills, all of our tax dollars, you would think we could get one of these done somewhere in the world. But of course, we get the excuse that these 18 and early 1900s people, they just worked harder than us. They're so much more dedicated. When Donkeys Incorporated put their chisels to work, they didn't stop for anything. Did they need food or water? Heck no. They got the job done by moonlight and did whatever it took. No training? No problem 150 years ago. Well, we are just lazy. We are distracted. We spend too much time playing video games. Wait, this is ridiculous? Yeah. Oh, and we fully trust them that they have pieces that are from 7,000 years ago in this museum. In the year -5,000. Not -5,001, not -4,999, but yes, exactly -5,000. Incredible. And they're just on it when it comes to those -5,000 people, but can't give us any construction details from the last 100 years, which is completely acceptable. No. We have seen William Templeton Johnson pinned as the architect for the last two buildings. So we definitely know that there's something up with this guy, especially when he's out here winning the design competitions for palaces, which we've seen so many times, that there was no shortage of master architects 100 years ago, even 200 years ago. They were all able to supposedly get these drawings together. Everybody in the 1800s and early 1900s were just able to supposedly get these drawings together and get multiple buildings done at the exact same time. This was standard back in the day, supposedly. Beating 6 other architects to design 3 buildings. Of course he was. Okay, so at this point we know there's something major wrong with the narrative. And I want to show you some of the things that I found right when we walked in and saw this structure. The whole thing in Balboa Park was set up like a town of an advanced civilization. You had the buildings and you have this stage where there would have been performances. The problem is that it looks like it's from ancient Greece, not California, with the Greco-Roman style columns and the detail in the architecture. The fact it stands the test of time, no problem at all. And the fact that it's not even close to the only thing that doesn't fit into the California narrative. So we started walking over into what I like to call, and what it feels like, is the city center, where you have this spot where everything kind of comes together, like a downtown area. And you can, of course, see in the background the main attraction. They call it the Museum of Us now, but it's clearly not a museum, and we'll definitely be getting to that. First, I just want to show you what I was seeing up close. And I know I've said this before, but please keep this in mind when you see this. Ask yourself, how many times have you seen any town construct one of these in our entire lifetimes? It is so important to ask yourself this, because this destroys the evolving and advancing evolution lie that we have all been told. This is clearly created by an extremely advanced society, people that were here before our timeline, and they fully understood what they were doing. If this was just a mold, could you imagine the size of the mold going all the way up the face of this building, it would be something that would blow our minds today. This is in California, a place that in this same episode, we were shown that they were living in sheds, yet at the exact same time told that they were creating this masterpiece. At the exact same time. It's incredible. Now remember, this is all right next to each other. All of these buildings are like 30 feet away from each other. So here we have the Casa de Balboa, or at least this is what they're telling us it's called now, because of course, in the last 100 years, they've already changed its name 5 times. First being called the Commerce and Industries Building, then the Canadian Building, and then the Palace of Better Housing, and then it's called the Electric Building, and now it's the Casa de Balboa. And this all proves one massive thing that we can remember and look back on for the first 54 episodes and look forward to in the future episodes. And this is that they are 100% writing names on these buildings and messing with them to fit their narrative, where the new name is now engraved on the side. When we don't see the Electric Building engraved on the side, even though that was one of its names. So this obviously proves a lot. This shows that we can be 99% sure that they have changed the names to every single one of these buildings here in Balboa Park. And let's be honest, most likely all over the world, meaning that someone following the mainstream history would have zero idea of what any of these buildings were ever truly created for, which is exactly what they want. In my opinion, these buildings are from the previous civilization. And this is so clear at this point. The detail on these columns are on nearly every single one of these buildings. We have perfect grapes sculpted onto these pillars with leaves intertwined into it. Not a single mistake all the way up. And you go inside and we have this courtyard with arches all the way around the whole building on multiple floors. Everything was just perfect. And honestly, it all looked brand new, which if our current civilization built this, there is no way that it would look like it was constructed 2 weeks ago. We would have had to restore this place like 15 times. Look at our roads as an example. They last 10 months, and then we need to take 5 years to repair them again. Here we have yet another building that looks like it was chiseled by the gods. We have 2 balconies built into the front of this thing. We have an incredible window in the middle. The detail is mind-blowing. If anyone has the chance to go here and see all of these buildings in person, I highly suggest doing that, with possibly the biggest giveaway that these buildings are from the old world and built by a much more advanced civilization that was wiped out and erased from the history books and completely taken out of our timeline. When we zoom in on the front of this building, right above the sign that reads its new name, Casa del Prado, you can see that this building had something written on it that we're not allowed to see today. This section right here was a plate. It was a stamp that told us the true narrative of this building, in my opinion. And they have clearly covered it up and scratched it out so that the building now fits their new timeline and their new narrative. And when you know what to look for, you understand what is going on with these buildings. You know that this is the kind of stuff to look for. It's something that we were blind to before, and now it is so clear. And once you know, you know. You don't go back to not knowing. As we kept going deeper into this place, there was just more and more incredible buildings. You have this fountain, and right next to it is the San Diego Natural History Museum, where we have the oldest scientific institution in Southern California, and the second oldest west of the Mississippi River, where we are, of course, told that it was found on October 9th, 1874. They tell us that they moved from building to building, repurposing buildings. The museum even occupied 3 different buildings at one time, but none of them, of course, were up to their standards in 1917. So they moved again that same year. But in 1920, they wanted to move yet again to the Foreign Arts Building, where they kept remodeling. And when I say remodeling, I mean destroying. Because we all know that remodeling or restoration really means destruction. So they're all done destroying that building. So on to the next one, of course. The Canadian building was the next one on the list for a good destruction project. Got this done in 1922. So in 1925, a nearby fire of course raised concerns. They need to throw the fire into the narrative. all over the world. It's just incredible. It's in all of these buildings' narratives, and we have shown this so many times. They throw William Templeton Johnson right back into the narrative of yet another one of these old world buildings, using the same character to explain away these structures that do not fit into our current timeline. So 1932, they tell Templeton to get this job done, to build a building that lasts forever. Get it done. And make sure to give us zero information about the actual construction process. How many men? Where are the materials coming from? 1932, they hire him, right in the middle of the Great Depression. So we can't leave that out. But of course, that's not going to stop William the Great. He gets this place done in the beginning of 1933, January, meaning from some point in 1932 to January 1933, this thing is done during the Great Depression, and it's here forever. I'll be the one to say it. That story is logistically impossible. We have, in my opinion, clear proof in episode 41 that this is complete nonsense. And a construction project like this would never get done in less than a year during this time period. So they go through like 10 buildings, destroying all of them and saying they're restoration projects, and then whip this masterpiece together in a year. It must have been nice back then. Unbelievable. I also mentioned that we went to the San Diego Zoo, which is also located on this site. And it was honestly the weirdest zoo I've ever been to in my life. This was definitely the coolest one overall, if you're just a fan of zoos, because you're just able to be right next to the animals, obviously in a safe way. But you would go down like 200 feet to see all these animals, down a bunch of steps. This is in my opinion and just my thoughts on it, but it felt like it was all built on top of a structure. And they were just putting these animals all around it because the rest of the area was relatively flat. From all of my research and everything that we know about zoos and golf courses, hiding old world buildings and more. This is just my personal take on it. If anyone's ever been there, you'll know what I mean. But it was really cool. We were able to see the building that they now call the Museum of Us, which is the main attraction, San Diego, California. We went and saw the Museum of Us, which is the new name, since we all know that they have changed the names to all of these buildings many, many times. It was originally called the California Tower. This is what they tell us, and most likely was named something before that. Because before it was called the Museum of Us, it was called the Museum of Man. And this was changed in August of 2020. So they are still changing these old world buildings' names, even to this day. And this is an attempt to make it extremely confusing for someone that is following the mainstream history to ever go all the way back and find the truth. Because once you find the original name of the building, you can then dig into the narrative. But when you throw the new name into the search box, it comes up with everything that's happened with its new name. The new history story, or his story, this building serves as the entrance to Balboa Park. It is 200 feet high with a bell that chimes every quarter hour. And this gets very interesting when we see that public access to the tower had been closed since 1935. You really can't make this stuff up. Locking the doors to the public in 1935. Because of course there's nothing to see here. And in 2015, they begin the process to allow this. But before I read this next part, remember, they supposedly built these entire buildings with perfection over 110 years ago in less than 24 months. And we showed this in our last episode. So here we go. The process began to allow us to all be able to look at the tower again because they wouldn't hide anything, right? So the process began in 2015. And they need to do some work on it first to make sure that it's all ready for us to see again. The work included making it wheelchair accessible. Okay, that's fine. But then there are, of course, additional things that they are going to do to the building. Architectural and engineering services to evaluate and restore. There's that word again. We know here that restoration is really destruction. This building was perfect, exactly like we have seen when we went to the Pasadena City Hall in episode 33, when it survived perfectly fine for decades. And then they randomly shut it down to make it earthquake-proof. And the repair company got a golden ticket for their efforts. When Pasadena has recorded 6,943 earthquakes since 1931. So the building obviously didn't need our help. And I'm just going to throw this in here before I forget, because this lines up with what we're saying perfectly. That everything was given back to us since 1776, including documenting the weather. So for thousands of years, we were told that no weather forecast was ever observed. Well, leave it to the 1860s. Donkey riding cowboys that were, of course, suffering in sheds, but also had castles to get this done no problem at all. Okay, now let's continue. To evaluate and restore the highly ornamental cast stone facades and complete re-roofing and repair of the tile domes. So in my eyes and in my opinion, based on everything that we know and have seen to this point, everything that they just listed in this paragraph that they supposedly fixed up before allowing us to see it for 80 years, having it locked away from us, the public, every single one of these things that they just named were destroyed or dramatically changed to fit into the mainstream narrative. There was something in here that we were not supposed to see. It was locked away. It would have totally changed the mainstream narrative of Balboa Park, or possibly the rest of the world, with this building being the main attraction and the entrance to the park. There was surely something important inside this building, and it was definitely not built to be a museum. So we know that these buildings were constructed in less than 24 months, like we have said and shown. So this whole fix-up project, from the point of deciding that it needs to be fixed up in 2015 to the completion date of the destruction, it better have been faster than the people of 110 years ago, since the 2015 people aren't building the entire building. And we are, of course, evolving in advance. Wait, no? What is this? It took them 60 months just to destroy this place? I mean, repair? It was completed in 2020. Taking them a total of 5 years to complete the project. And they finish it off with a nice gesture, saying that they, of course, preserved the tower's exterior. So nice of them. All right, so at this point, we fully understand that they have destroyed anything at this site of Balboa Park that would have hands down given the old world away to us. Any depictions, any dates, all of that. And we know from our last episode, episode 55, that they defaced the plate on the front of this totally average, very easily constructed building. We also know that they are destroying and hiding things from the public for 80 years, which we have shown today. And this isn't sketchy at all. Well, actually it is. We are also told of the buildings that still remain at Balboa Park from the Exposition. Of the buildings that still remain, so we also know that they have destroyed a lot of the buildings from Balboa Park, removed them completely from our timeline, because these types of masterpieces were very easily constructed in the 18 and the 1900s. This type of construction was very bland and was a simple upgrade from their shed homes that they would go home to after building with their horses and wagons. And of course, these buildings were nothing like the incredible Kleksinski building, currently located in Chicago, that took our civilization 14 years to complete with its perfect 90-degree angles. It's incredible stonework. Oh, there wasn't any stone? No? Okay. Well, then it's perfect marble. What? Wait, no marble either? No. It's a perfect box that took 14 years to build, when we were all watching and real documentation was taking place. So what happened to all these buildings that they destroyed? Do you all remember when I said in episode 55 that zoos and golf courses hide buildings? They hide structures. Do you remember when I said that it felt like I was walking down something that was hidden and the animals were placed around something? Do you want to see what I'm talking about? Are you ready? The buildings were eventually absorbed by the San Diego Zoo. And this is coming straight from the San Diego History Center website. Absorbed by the zoo. Let's continue. Remember that in 1935, they shut the California Tower down, or the Museum of Us, and the public was no longer able to see inside. 2 years before that, buildings south of the El Prado were gone by 1933. Besides two. So there was, in my opinion, without a doubt, a clear operation at this time to hide this park from the public, to rewrite its history and make it fit into their mainstream narrative. Because in 1923, they knocked down the Sacramento Valley building 8 years after the Exposition. This building was outdated? No. And we all know about the fire stories by now. And if you haven't, get ready. The fire stories are the nod to the hidden group that these buildings are from the old world. They were built by a previous civilization. A house fire does not burn down stone, and it doesn't burn down marble or brick. It simply doesn't get hot enough, and we have shown this. The Southern California County's building burned down in 1925, right in the middle of all of these other buildings getting knocked down. So they just randomly have a fire? Of course they do. After what we know about the fires, this is normal and acceptable? No, it's not acceptable. So they give us the fire story, and then at the exact same time, rip all these other buildings down. And then at the same time, they make one off limits for 80 years to the public. And we're just supposed to trust this story? We all understand that the hidden past is that an extremely advanced previous civilization constructed these buildings very easily. A civilization that we are not being told about. A civilization that had all of the technology that we have today and much more. They had phones, TVs, planes, trains, artificial intelligence, and much more. All of these things are being given back to us since 1776, in my opinion. If you're interested in learning more about that, we have episode 10 and 38 that talk all about this. We are being lied to about these narratives with fake characters, fake construction companies that build two massive buildings and then never build anything ever again. With zero training, of course, changing buildings' names to attempt to trip us up in the research, and that's not gonna work. They repeat names with the AI-generated stories and on and on. So, 1933, 10 years after they tore down the Sacramento Valley building, 8 years after the fire story, they tear down two more buildings at Balboa Park, the San Joaquin Valley and the Carondelet County's building. So here we are given a construction photo of the Varied Industries building, which shows us the incredible construction process. Just look at those workers go. Look at all of the equipment, the dedication, never taking breaks, working by candlelight, no distractions. It shows us all of the men. It shows us a building that's done. This thing is done. This is a completion photo. But according to the city of San Diego, this is a construction photo. I mean, this is honestly equivalent to me going into the road right now and turning around and taking a picture of my house and telling everybody that it's a construction photo. This is not a construction photo. Where is the construction? And it gets even weirder when we look at the narrative, where in the beginning of its narrative, they named it the Agriculture and Horticulture Building. And then they switched it a year after the exhibition in 1916, which is normal. No. They switch it to the Foreign and Domestic Industries Building because it's a repurposed building. It's repurposed from the old world because the previous civilization did not build this building to have it changed purposes over and over. They built it for a reason, and it was not to be a foreign and domestic industries building. This is the same thing where the USA is the land of the free. Yeah. They got a lot of free buildings that were located on their land in 1776. So it's getting a lot clearer now. And of course, the next sentence proves what we're saying here, that all of these buildings located in Balboa Park were found and repurposed. All of the names were switched from the original name over and over, which I believe is the case with all old world buildings. None of them were originally a bank. They weren't post offices. They weren't Capitol buildings. This is a worldwide operation. And these stories are just that. They're stories. When the name of this building has changed many times since it was found, naming it the County Fair Building, the Food and Beverage Building, and on and on. And of course, this was just your average food and beverage building over 100 years ago, where we are told that the facade looked like the entrance to a church. And this church look was reinforced because it had the appearance of a bishop in a medallion above the central door and a cross in the starburst medallion. Okay, so this place was obviously incredible, and its original purpose is much different than what it's used for today, just like all of these other buildings. So in 1970 to 1971, they destroyed this building in a reconstruction project. And of course, the new one did not replicate the original. Now remember, World War I was in 1914. This exposition was in 1915. People were not concentrating on the narrative and all of its lies. And even if they were, how were they going to tell thousands of people about it? It just wasn't possible. So what happened to this building? Well, the people of San Diego were at a crossroads. They were in a bind with what to do with such a pathetic, temporary building, because we're always told that these buildings were just temporary, right? But they last forever if they just left them alone. With incredible architecture. What would they possibly use it for? Well, 1 year after the Exposition in 1916, they built this building, and now what? The military needed the space, so the building got to stick around, where they used it as a barracks and a post office. And what do you know? This building was also damaged. The money was, of course, not enough to fix it, so it continued to deteriorate. I wonder what a lot of these wars are actually used for. They wouldn't be an operation to destroy the old world, would they? Remember when we were told that they stopped allowing the public into the California Tower in 1935? Well, the mainstream history just can't put their finger on why the Farm Bureau discontinued the use of Balboa Park for its county fair in 1931, just 4 years before the public was no longer allowed to go inside these buildings. Well, I would say that we know exactly why they didn't want to hold any county fairs here anymore at Balboa Park. And this wouldn't be an operation without a second exposition at the exact same location of Balboa Park. This one being held at the exact same year of 1935. It's incredible. Clearly, they have found something major that went against their narrative, and they needed to run it back a second time. So in 1914, we get World War I. 1 year later, 1915, we get Balboa Park Exposition number 1. 1935, we get Balboa Park Exposition number 2. 1 year later, 1936, we get World War II, where they now have yet another name for this building, Building 212, used now by Red Cross, while the Navy yet again modified the interior. Are you still on the fence? Well, there wouldn't be another. No way. This is so clear at this point. The San Diego Aerospace Museum moved into the building briefly in September 1961 before transferring its exhibits across the street to the Electric Building in 1963, where they stayed until a fire in 1978 destroyed the building. Now, I have a lot to share, and I think we have a solid understanding at this point that the narrative surrounding Balboa Park has consistencies with what we've seen across the world.
An inspiring story, the history of this building you see behind me, which was a gathering place, a popular one for people, and then it burned to the ground. But like we're seeing now in Paris, the community came together to save it. And in 1978, it too was destroyed by fire. It's now has been one of the great regional theaters of the world. The old Globe Theater was built in 1935 for the California Pacific International Expo and quickly became a popular San Diego landmark. That arson fire in 1978 took the building, but not the fighting spirit of those who loved what it meant for our city. It's my home. And we'll build it again.
The narrative holds multiple fire stories. There are so many destroyed buildings within such a short time frame. The same years, basically. It is incredible when you know what to look for. So it's time to go to the east coast of the USA, Buffalo, New York, where we will find the Dennis Building, and yet another building that holds multiple names. The Dennis Building, the Glennie Store or Crockery Store, the Glennie Building, and the Stanton Building, and yet another building that, of course, holds a fire story in 1905. And not only that, but we also get the reoccurring names. Yes, it is possible for him and his sons to have the exact same name. But when we have seen this in so many narratives about these old world buildings, where both brothers marry somebody named Alice, and their mom is also Alice, and their dog, and their cat, and their hamster that they found at Alice Pet Store. And the building is also named Alice. And this has happened hundreds of times, where the AI is generating these names over and over. And then it becomes so clear that these mainstream narratives surrounding these buildings are AI generated, and they are produced on a mass scale, which is why so many names are reoccurring. The fire story is in nearly every single one of them, and on and on. It also shows how these narratives could be completed so fast, and this really wouldn't be that difficult to produce in such a short time frame. You just throw in the parameters that they want covered in the narrative, and the ChatGPT can do it in 2 seconds. We all know here that the ChatGPT didn't just come out. It's not brand new. We know this. It's been here before for a very long time, and the hidden group has had it. We have shown this in previous episodes, and it's definitely something to point out and keep in mind for the future, because we have William H. Glennie, where he has a son with the same name, William H. Glennie. And like I said, it wouldn't be weird, but we have seen this so many times. Now, we are told that modernization of the ground floor has destroyed any identifying plaques, and it is not known if the building was the product of a local manufacturer. So, right here in the narrative, they are admitting that they have no idea who built this place, and they are also admitting that our civilization had destroyed the plaques that once said who constructed the building. This is incredible. So we get a very detailed construction story here. Oh wait, no, we don't. We also get a construction team that's been shaved off the side of the building and a history that tells us that it was built in 1873. Does this mean 12 months and it's done with 0 details? But we are supposed to just trust it, right? And we also get the fire story in 1905. We're going to stay in New York and go even deeper into this and just hammer it home. For anyone that's on the fence, I think this will help you get over. Our Lady of Victory Basilica, located in Lackawanna, New York, where the narrative begins with 0 waiting around, with them just handing us the nod right now. Where in 1916, a fire seriously damaged St. Patrick's Parish Church in Lackawanna, New York. And they tell us that Father Baker just needed to replace that one. The one that has 0 documented evidence that it was ever even here. So in 1921, they knocked down a building that has no proof that it was ever even there. And 4 years later, this one that we see today is just there forever. It's very simple stuff 100 years ago. So we get the fire nod again. And in 1941, we of course get another destruction story, where a violent lightning storm causes significant damage to the new building's twin towers. More twin tower stories in New York. So they had to destroy that part of the building and use the powerful lightning of 1941 as an excuse. But of course, after 1941, they never had to worry about the lightning ever again, which is normal and acceptable. No. And I'm going to show you again that this building is from the old world, and they destroy it with these refurbished projects, restoration and the rest, like we have talked about a lot today. They say that Baker died and Joseph takes over. The first thing that Joseph wants to do is take charge of a refurbished project where he has the marble towers replaced. What in the world is he doing, taking marble towers off of this building? That is completely backwards. You would not take marble towers off of anything. You would put marble towers on a building if you could. This is a clear operation to diminish the work of the old world and replace it with copper. And what do you know? The copper that he put on there turns green and needs to be replaced with a new one. I love asking this because it really proves the point that these buildings are from the old world and these narratives are ridiculous. But do any of our towns, anywhere in the world, have any upcoming plans? Or ever in your life, have they ever had any plans to knock one of these out or anything close to it in just 4 years? My town did come close when they built a Dunkin' Donuts a few years ago. And let me tell you, it was a Dunkin' Donuts built by the gods of the 21st century. It is perfect. The detail in the stonework is incredible. The architecture, it's just perfect. And it only took them 5 years to plan it out and get the whole thing done. Do you remember when in episode 36, we went and saw the 132-foot tall Tower Castle, the Alt Guild Hall, located on the campus of the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign? a castle that was constructed in less than a year, over 125 years ago, which we documented in episode 41, that this construction timeline is logistically impossible, especially in that time period. We also know that the building is going through a restoration project. Buildings from the old world, the previous civilization, were built to last lifetimes, hundreds of thousands of years. They definitely don't need our help, the way that our modern construction does, where our roads are falling apart after 5 years. And these mainstream stories have many hidden clues, just waiting for us to find them. And I believe that we just did. The Altgeld Hall, with the name Altgeld, this translating in German to old money, with a clear nod to the old world, that the name of the building is literally old money. And I believe that we just took this research to a whole nother level, where we now understand that they are using multiple languages to hide these codes within the narrative. And this is going to unlock so many doors for us. So we have the building that is named Old World Money, where there probably was old gold stashed inside when they founded it. And this, of course, isn't the first destruction project, because in 1956, only 59 years after they supposedly built this castle, it got its last big renovation. A big renovation, 59 years after it was built. I wonder what they removed from this castle that they did not want us to see in 1956. And this is when we read the title of the article, proving that we are correct, that there are things in these buildings that are hidden to us, that they are destroying with these renovation projects, where most of the public don't fully understand what's inside or outside of these buildings. That's just not revealed to us. These structures were not built in 1 year by the horse and wagon community. These structures expose the old world, a civilization that was so advanced that it would blow our minds. And they weren't here thousands of years ago. In my opinion, they were here only a few hundred years ago. And all of their buildings, their castles, all of their work is left behind for us to see. And of course, we're not allowed to go inside the old money hall and be a part of these revealings of the intricate decor and gold leafs. A gold leaf? Old money? Old gold? A hidden project? What did they find that triggered a renovation project? Revealing gold leaves, I think we know. If I ever find any new information like we did today with the Old Money Hall about any other buildings that we've covered, I'm definitely going to share it with everyone here. Now, for anyone that watches darts, you're going to know this building very well. The Alexandra Palace, or the Ali Pali. It is home to the World Darts Championship since 2008. If you've seen my first 56 episodes, you'll know that we've just located yet another old world building. The Alexandra Palace was built by John Johnson, another reoccurring AI-generated name, and Alfred Meeson, where it opened in 1873, but following a fire. 16 days after it opened. 16 days after it opened? Really? This is incredible, the amount of fire narratives, because we all know at this point, and have covered the Crystal Palace, that they just threw into this story, connecting the two buildings, saying that North London's counterpart to the Crystal Palace. And we know here that the Crystal Palace also burned down in a fire. The connections that are made within these narratives are incredible. So let's just follow this path of fires for a minute and see where they lead us. And we'll come back to the Alexandra Palace right after. The Crystal Palace had a reoccurring name because the AI says the daughter's name is also Crystal. And they were walking their dog. The dog was probably also named Crystal. And they just realized randomly that the massive crystal structure was burning down, where 89 fire engines and 400 firemen couldn't save the building. How long was the building burning down before they realized it? Nobody saw any smoke? Crystal and her dog were the only ones to realize it. So she walks her dog, finds the burning down Crystal Palace. And the true cause of the fire will forever be a mystery, where we are also told another clear lie, where 100,000 people came to watch the blaze. They told us that within a few hours, the fire was done and the palace was destroyed. So in a matter of a few hours, 100,000 people just hopped up out of bed in 1936, and they ran right over there in the middle of the night to go watch this fire. And this is clearly an AI-generated story, when it just throws another fire in the exact same paragraph for fun. In 1866, when the North Transept burnt down and didn't have proper insurance coverage from Geico to rebuild the building. No. This was from the old world, and our civilization today cannot rebuild it, especially in 1866. We still do have a ton of structures from the old world, like the York Cathedral, also located in the North Transept, where they tell us that construction began over 1,397 years ago. Well, actually, they tell us they found it, but the booming 627s. Can you believe that this is what we're being told? The year 627. Are you kidding me? And we're supposed to believe this. A time before paper. There were no phones. There were no power tools for another 1,268 years. Zero training needed, nothing. We are supposed to believe that they had nothing, but they had it covered. And they were master builders at the exact same time. We are told that there's no electricity, zero modern plumbing. All of these things were unnecessary in the 627s. But being able to construct massive cathedrals, that was just embedded in their DNA. Over 1,400 years later, today, we have classes that go into great detail, supposedly, learning architecture skills from the very best teachers of our time period. Yet, I don't see anybody constructing this type of structure for everybody to see. But yet they did this so many times, all over the world. And guess what? All of their work is still here for us to see. Could you imagine the buildings, the structures that were here before we were born, that have been destroyed by now? Just look at the size of the doorways. Everything was just massive and over the top to our civilization, but completely normal to the old world. And of course, in the year 741, they know all about this building. But 1,000 years later, as we've shown, that they have no idea who constructed anything. They don't tell us any details about the construction process, how many men, where the materials come from, none of that. But here we go. 741, not 742, 741 on the dot. The church was destroyed by a fire. So we get the nod. And how did we not see the fires before? This is insane, the amount of fires. How can every single one of these old world buildings hold a fire narrative and nobody noticed it until now? These fires are insane and a very clear pattern that this narrative was just sitting here waiting for us to find it. Egbert's librarian got to work. He started the reconstruction, and thankfully, Ian Bald was there to take over and wrap this palace up, no problem. I couldn't be more thankful that we know the truth, that these stories are just that. They're stories. It is so much more fun knowing the truth, understanding that no librarian just sits around waiting for a fire to then knock out palaces 1,400 years ago, understanding that no damage took place in 1069. And what we see today is the original building. And there were no Thomases of the 1070s getting the repairs done in less than 5 years, for it then to be destroyed yet again. 5 years after that, getting rebuilt again, with perfection, of course, very easily, that they could just switch up the entire style of the cathedral. In 5 years, switching it now to the Norman style, switching it up no problem at all 1,000 years ago. Just because the Norman style was just the style of the times 5 years later. The good old Norman style. Anyone switching their homes to the Norman style this year? Anyone know any librarians in the Norman style construction business? So after this gets done 1,000 years ago, during the day, at nighttime, they hop on their donkey and go to sleep in their sheds for another big day of construction. Freezing in the winters, of course. And you're not on the fence still, are you? I'll keep going. Where the new Norman style cathedral was damaged by fire in 1137. But don't worry, the 1100s had it covered because it was soon repaired. All remodeled in 1154. And this is all fully documented, of course? No. And there were many witnesses? No. Lots of evidence of all of these fires and reconstruction projects? There's none. But just trust them. They know what really happened, and you don't. Yeah, it's not working anymore. A new one was built, all in the Norman style, with ease 900 years ago. When in 1390, the Norman style goes out of style and needs to be demolished because they could be very picky in the 1300s. This was not up to their standards. Time for a new style. 15 years later, in 1405, fully documented, of course, no, this thing was all done and wrapped up with a brand new high altar. 2 years later, the central tower collapses, but don't worry. 13 years later, 1420, the tower is back in business. Oh my, you gotta be joking. In 1829, an arson attack, and in 1840, an accidental fire. And in 1984, York Minster suffered a serious fire in its south transept during the early morning hours, where they made the decision to deliberately collapse the roof of the south transept by pouring tens of thousands of gallons of water onto it. We get this very in-depth story in 1984 because we were all here to see it, and it actually happened. Remember, a fire is a great way to destroy the old world. There's nobody to blame, and they get to collect the insurance check at the exact same time. But the fires before the 1900s, in my opinion, they are nods. They never happened. They are simply throwing it into the narrative to show the hidden group which buildings are from the previous civilization. So for the fire that we actually saw in 1984, they have this incredible narrative and documented accounts with people putting the fire out and all of it. But for all of the other fires, there was nothing. It just burned down and boom, it's back to normal. No problem over and over. Switching styles if they wanted to, which isn't logical at all. And of course, they have no idea what caused the massive fire. With these ridiculous stats, 80% chance it was caused by lightning. There's a 10% chance it was caused by yet another mysterious arson. But they got away without anyone knowing. And another 10% chance it was caused by an electrical fault, with a 100% chance that they know the truth and are lying. And can we just say one thing before we move on? How many times did we see the name Thomas and William in this story? I mean, I get it. It's a popular name in the 1000s. It was a trendy name back then. But come on. After what we've seen, not only do we get the AI fires, but we also get the reoccurring names. We get Thomas of Bayeux, Thomas Fairfax, Thomas Becket. Then we get William the Conqueror of the 1066s. The drawing of the building by William Martin, the brother of the arsonist, which at this point is just rubbing it in our faces. And to top it off, I think this paragraph should be changed from shrines to Williams. Because are we talking about shrines or are we talking about Williams? With William Fitzherbert, St. William of York, which is perhaps associated with St. William's College. We get William de Wickwayne and William Markham. If you ask me, that's not normal or mathematically possible for a single paragraph about a true narrative. It is, on the other hand, 100% possible that an AI generated these narratives. Now, we got away from the original building of the Alexandra Palace. I think for good reason, but let's get back to it now. We know that it also holds the fire narrative, where the story begins with a company name that is definitely AI generated. The Great Northern Palace Company. How many Great Northern Palaces was this Great Northern Palace Company knocking out? In the mid-1800s. They apparently only built this palace and then decided that that was the end of the company, with 0 other buildings listed to their name. We have to just stop for a second and really look at what they're telling us. This guy named Owen Jones, who they used for the Crystal Palace as well, of course, started this project for the Alexandra Palace in 1859, supposedly. A year after that, this Great North Palace Company just comes out of nowhere. And we are told that the Palace Construction Company couldn't get the funds to build their first and only palace. Construction materials were acquired and recycled from the large 1862 International Exhibition building. So they took all the massive building that they just didn't want anymore. In my opinion, the buildings both have the exact same material. So they are trying to attempt to explain why this is the case by saying that they just went over to the other one, took the other one apart, and used it for this one, when in reality, they were built by the same old world civilization. So let's pretend it's 2024, and we make a new construction company called Your Everyday Palace Construction Company, and they have zero money, and just start ripping apart the SoFi Stadium. And they build a little miniature version of it. And we all agree that this is a great idea and totally normal and acceptable. Are we all on the same page that that is ridiculous? Okay, good. Let's continue. In 1863, 3 years later, they begin to try and explain away why this palace sits on top of a hill, which is very interesting because we all know about the hills and how they most likely are just grass, covering bigger structures under what we can see, especially when this is installed into the narrative, that the palace sits on a site that stands on a ridge more than 300 feet high. So in 1865, they finally get this project started. They get the job done in 1873, and 16 days later, the whole thing burns down. And 4,700 items, in my opinion, these are old world items, especially when they tell us that they are items of historic value. These items, in my opinion, were never even in this building. They probably still have these items, but we're told they were all destroyed in this fire that happened 16 days after the palace is done. Here is where we find a massive logistical slip-up by the narrator. We were told that the entire building was supposedly destroyed on the inside, saying that only the outer walls survived. And we were told that the palace took 8 years to build. Well, in 1873, the fire took place. They had to clean the entire place up, plan out a new one, and get the job done somehow in the 1800s, before the power tool was invented, and get this reconstruction project done in less than 2 years. A massive slip up. This right here, in my opinion, proves that this entire story is all a lie. This is logistically impossible today in 2024. We would not be able to come close to getting this project done in that time frame. Yet, in 1873 to 1875, we are told, and we are supposed to believe, that they had no problem at all doing it. Just giving us a quick sentence that the palace was quickly rebuilt and reopened in 1875. How many men did they need? Who constructed that one? Who cleaned the other one up? And this wasn't like a few basic drywall sheets that they just had to throw together and call it a day. No. They say the brand new Alexandra Palace, the one that took less than 2 years in the 1800s, before the power tool, contained a concert hall, art galleries, a museum, a lecture hall, a library, a banqueting room, and a large theater. Why are they leaving out massive details for this project? This is incredible. This place even had a horse racing course that they destroyed in 1970, a Japanese village, and other things. And do you also find it odd that these sports teams just started popping up in the late 1800s? There are none from the 1700s. Do you find that odd? This goes back to episode 10 and 38, that the timeline, in my opinion, begins in 1776. And I want to make this clear. I don't think that the USA is the reason for the kickstart. This isn't a USA versus the world topic. Every country, in my opinion, was also created to create borders and division. Passports, as we have talked about, have also just arrived in the 1800s, so that you are physically jailed within the walls that they have provided, unless you have papers to visit other lands, which should be a given right that we should just be able to visit wherever we want, since this is where we were born. I think that the world is operating together. The world is conducting this operation that planned out the USA in 1776. And that was the initial starting point to the new timeline that we are all presented. My point is that we are told that for millions of years, humans invented nothing, but we're very capable of building the Milan Cathedral and all the incredible structures from thousands of years ago. And these civilizations that constructed these things, we are told, had nothing. They didn't have electricity, no cars, no planes, no trains, no phones to communicate. Yet we see star forts all over the world. They look exactly the same. with zero communication. We are told that only 500 years ago, Columbus found America. Yet, there are star forts all over the USA that look exactly like the ones in Europe. We have nothing for millions of years, but so many so-called inventions have just come out of nowhere in the last 200 years. The probability of us having nothing, writing by feathers, riding on donkeys, no power tools, and living in sheds, that is simply, in my mind, mathematically impossible. Oh, did you think we were done with the Alexandra Palace? A fire happened, as we've shown, inside the Alexandra Palace, 16 days after the opening in 1873. They rebuilt the building, as we were told, in just 2 years, completed in 1875. Now, as a reminder, these old fires, most likely, in my opinion, never happened. And they are simply a nod to the hidden group that this specific building is from the old world, built by a previous civilization. Now, there's a big difference between a fire from the 1800s, or as we've shown from the 1300s, which is ridiculous, but there's a big difference from a fire in the 1800s that we cannot find any evidence that it ever took place, and a fire within the last 100 years that we were all around to see and document. And this is when things get interesting. When in 1980, a Haringey council took over the trusteeship of the Alexandra Palace, insuring it for $31 million. As we have explained, a fire from the last 100 years is not only a nod, it's also a great way to destroy one of these buildings from the previous civilization without anyone to blame. Not only do they get to destroy the building, but they also collect the insurance check. It is a win-win for them. And this Haringey Council is worth an investigation, because just 6 months after they insured it for $31 million, a fire started under the organ that completely spread. It destroyed half of the building. Again, the outer walls survived because these outer walls are from the old world and not by us. House fires also don't destroy stone, brick, or marble. It simply doesn't get hot enough, and we've shown this as well. The famous organ was destroyed, even though they were already dismantling it. What are the odds of that? And took our civilization, while we were all here to see it, 8 years to reopen. When in 1873, it took them 2 years. Are you seeing the lie very clearly now? Multiple fires, tons of destruction, and an incredible amount of lies, all just sitting here, waiting for us to pick it apart and expose it to the world every single week. 17 East Monroe Street, Chicago, Illinois. We have the Palmer House Hotel, where we are told that there have been multiple Palmer House hotels on this exact same site. When the first Palmer House was built as a wedding present in September of 1870, because we all know that building a massive hotel in downtown Chicago and giving it away as a wedding present in the 1800s was very normal. This was a common gesture back then. And you're going to want to stay around to the end when we tie this entire thing together and find something awesome that connects with this city and everything that we found. So this hotel present opens up in 1870 with no issues, of course. All of the horses pulled the stone to the site perfectly, and they all did their part. And the very next year, it, of course, burns down in the Great Chicago Bomb. Oh, did I say bomb? Well, they tell us that it was a fire, but I don't believe that these great fires were actually fires. This looks to me like these so-called great fires in every single city in the world, basically. You can go ahead and look it up. It happened in a city near you. These were actually bombs, in my opinion. The destruction was something that a fire alone could never accomplish, especially when we are given the fire story from the National Geographic Society that the Chicago fire bomb started by accidentally knocking over a lantern when running away from a card game. And this causes the entire city to burn down. Stone buildings that look like palaces. I think we all know that this is ridiculous at this point. Could you imagine if someone in your neighborhood's house started on fire and that fire burns down your entire neighborhood? No. And not to mention that all of the houses would have been built with brick and stone. Materials that don't burn down to the ground from house fires. Let's take a look at the destruction again, where they tell us that this is the ruins of the first Palmer house. And for one, are we 100% sure that this photo is showing us the destruction of the first Palmer house? And for two, is this even Chicago? Could this be a random street in Germany right after they bombed it? And for three, take a look at those buildings in the background. This is from a tipped over lantern? Or is it more possible that we are being lied to? The buildings are just ripped apart. They're shredded and smashed. And we know you can't burn down stone and brick buildings from a simple house fire. They don't get anywhere near hot enough. This is exactly why you put stone around the fire pit. You make stone and brick fireplaces inside your house, right inside your living room, and nobody panics. It doesn't spread into your kitchen or into your neighbor's house. It doesn't crumble and look like it exploded. Are you seeing the lie very clearly now? Now let's go deeper. Now they tell us that this photo is the second Palmer house that was constructed on the same site as the first one. And before we go on, they tell us that this was completed just 4 years after the Chicago firebomb by Donkeys Incorporated with the help from their horse and wagon community. They just cleaned up that old one that was exploded all over the place. They moved all the broken stone and cleared off a solid, nice, and level spot for a brand new foundation. In just 4 years, no problem. They built this after the fire. Take a look at these horses and wagons right next to the completed palace. Built in less than 4 years? And honestly, it looks like it's been there for a long time. We have these wood planks set up that they would use to go from the paved sidewalk from the old world to these dirt roads. If this horse and wagon community built these sidewalks, they would have just built a ramp leading to the dirt with the same sidewalk material. But they didn't. They went and got a wood plank because that was what they were capable of in that time period. They were capable of a wood plank as their ramp to walk from the sidewalk to the dirt road. They found these buildings and they were occupying the old world civilization's work. And we're still doing this today, all over the world. In 1870, the first Palmer house was completed. In 1871, a year later, a tipped over lantern and tons of bombs go off and destroy the whole city. To clean up 2 buildings. So in 1871, how long do you think it would take those horse and wagons, realistically, without massive equipment? How long would it take them to clean this up? Not 8 months, I can guarantee you that. It would have taken them years. So now knowing this information, here we go. We are told that they cleaned up this entire site. They planned out a new one with perfection. They made sure they had the right construction team picked out. They planned out the materials. They had enough horses and wagons to pull the stone and marble. Everything else they needed to do, permits and everything. And get this second building done in 1875. Completed in 1875. From the point of the fire to the completion date, only taking 4 years. With Chicago winters being brutal, we know that this is logistically impossible, and they give us this nice photo of it. When today, we don't build any 7-story palaces in less than 4 years. And that's not including the entire cleanup project from the fire bombs going off in 1871 all over downtown Chicago. Oh, did I forget to mention that this AI-generated story just couldn't help itself but throw another fire into this paragraph, saying that this was the world's only fireproof hotel and built with perfection and with rapid speeds in the 1800s. And get this, 1920 hits. So this building is supposedly only 45 years old at this point. We have supposedly the world's first and only fireproof building. And please just look at this thing again. We can see for ourselves. Does this look like a building that's going to go out of date in 45 years? No, of course it doesn't. Well, they demolished it and make the third Palmer house on the exact same site. Unbelievable. This time, it only took them 2 years to get done. They tell us that this is the first one and that this is the second one. And now with everything that we know that the narrative is ridiculous and a total lie at this point. So let's ask a massive question here. Do you think it's possible that these photos of these two buildings were just photos of other buildings around Chicago or even in different cities that they just knocked down and threw them into this story? It seems like it to me. They had a lot of buildings to get rid of to start this reset. And this seems like the most logical explanation in my opinion. Use one building to explain away all of these other old world buildings that are no longer here. And this third Palmer House hotel is just built on top of an old world structure. You can see the difference between the old world construction on the bottom and our bland brick style where it almost looks like they threw a layer of brick over the top of the old world's work. There were a lot of buildings in Shalaga that needed to be destroyed. So this Palmer House hotel all happened because of this Potter Palmer guy, supposedly. And this guy is pinned as the guy that developed Lakeshore Drive and worked with another character that got a lot of old world buildings pinned to his name. As we have shown, Marshall Field, where this guy got the Field Museum, where they also got to share the department store chain, the Marshall Field Company, along with this other guy, Levi Leiter, which we can look into in another episode. I'm sure he's got the exact same kind of stuff going on. My point for coming back to this Potter Palmer was because he got to live in this castle mansion. And it's an obvious old world castle that was once located on North Lakeshore Drive, Chicago. Did you know Chicago had castles? And this one was supposedly constructed in just 3 years, from 1882 to 1885, by the Cobb and Frost firm, which we have gone over. We know that they are characters as well. The castle in Chicago, destroyed in 1950. The thing was only 65 years old. I'm going to ask you guys, do castles go out of date in 65 years? The last time I checked, they don't. I mean, even the houses that we build today with their vinyl siding that fall off once a year when the wind blows, these houses don't even go out of date in just 65 years. Yet a massive castle thrown together in 3 years in the 1800s that looks like it's straight out of a Disney movie. That one goes out of style in just 65 years. They must have looked at it with disgust in that time period. Their standards were just so high while riding around on their donkeys, located in Chicago, Illinois, while they're also over there just a couple blocks down, gifting old world hotels, all pinned to this Potter Palmer guy. It's amazing. What a time to be alive in the 1800s. You get free hotels and castles everywhere. You know what? I was thinking about it. Let's just go see what this Levi Leiter guy was all about. He also got to live in an old world mansion. They tell us that this one was constructed in 1891. That's the only construction details that they give us on this mansion, where we have seen in previous episodes that they know all about the year -300, over 2,300 years ago. They give us these ridiculous stories about construction. But in 1891, there's nothing. The 55-room marble stairway with a great hall mansion was, of course, taken over by the U.S. government and then demolished just 56 years after it was built because there was nothing to see there. No. And this whole project, we are told, started in 1891, where the old world building that had white marble ceilings, an elaborate fireplace, carved woodwork, because this was very normal stuff in the 1800s. Anybody could have done that. They don't even care to mention who that would have been. They knocked out that hand-carved woodwork that they only needed for 56 years. They start the project in 1891, where he buys the land on June 12th. We are being told that they still haven't started the construction because they finally get the permit. We already know this thing is done in 1893, so they better get going on it. We only got 18 months to work with now. So they get this Theo guy picked out, where they give us a list of other buildings to investigate because this St. Thomas Church is also destroyed. So we get stained glass windows, a marble stairway, hand-carved woodwork, marble ceilings with zero information as to where all of this material even came from. We are told And we are supposed to believe that this 55-room masterpiece is done in less than 18 months. When they tell us it was done at some point in 1893, where they decide that it's just not cutting it anymore, and they all agree to knock it down just 56 years later. In a realistic world where everybody is thinking logically, this is a story for a baby. We don't build places today in 18 months and then knock them down in just 56 years. And they didn't do that in the 1800s either. This building was here much longer than we were being told. And this very wealthy individual was clearly a part of a group that allowed him to occupy this old world mansion. And then this is where they give us a clue for us to dig deeper. The clue is Theo Chandler, where they tell us that he designed this castle that got destroyed after just 56 years of use. Well, he also had a few other things attached to his name that should open a few eyes. First of all, he is off supposedly designing a brand new castle in Newcastle County, and they name it the courthouse. A new castle located in a county called Newcastle in the USA, where it only got to stand for 40 years. At this point, alarms should be going off. A very clear pattern with these specific characters, where they are pinned to these old world buildings that hold narratives of incredible construction projects that are being destroyed after such a short amount of time. If we are advancing and times are easier now, we are better at construction now versus the 1800s. Why would they be knocking these type of structures down after just 40 years when we are clearly more advanced than the 1800s in nearly every single aspect, including training processes? We have established construction teams. We have incredible equipment, tools, and resources. And we would never do this. We would never knock this building down after just 40 years. Our towns build the ugliest buildings with basic materials and basic boring 90-degree angles. They look like boxes. Yet when the 1800s supposedly build a courthouse, it's a masterpiece that they could afford to and all agree to knock down. It's completely backwards and it isn't logical. Something much deeper is going on. And we know here that these are destruction projects to remove buildings that were previously here, built by a much more advanced civilization and not built by Theo, while he's over there directing the project from inside his wagon carriage behind his horse on the dirt road. So let's take a look at what's really being said here. The building stood for just 40 years, which we know here that is not true. It was here much longer than that. And I need to make that clear. But they say that this was the best known building in the city, adding to the point that nobody would ever knock this thing down. The best known building in the city after just 40 years? That's the time to blow it up? And this part of the paragraph is very interesting in my opinion, where they say, even if very few people now know what used to stand there, and this goes for the whole world, we really don't know what was knocked down before we were born. How long have they been knocking down buildings? 200 years? 300 years? We know, and we have documented many times, that they are still destroying these buildings today. But in the 1800s, there was no way to communicate this to thousands and millions of people, to let everybody know that this is happening in their town, and so that everyone could share that it was also happening in their town at the exact same time. They didn't have internet. I believe this was all taken away before 1776 and slowly given back to us. From that point on, the only news that anyone had that was being shared with the population was all controlled. And it seems like our ancestors from the 1800s were all just under their spell, and nobody could see what was going on around them and what the controllers were doing. And it also seems like up until just a few years ago, this was still going on, just destroying a lot of the old world's work, with nobody really realizing it. So here we have a destruction photo from 1919, where we are told and are being made to believe that only 39 years after its construction, the basically brand new, incredible stone structure was out of date and needed to be torn down. We know that this thing was much older. And as we've said, nobody is knocking this thing down after just 39 years. We are also told that the writer of this article thinks that many people who watched it get knocked down also watched it get built, which is simply not the case. And this is a demolition, a planned demolition. It was torn down. There was no fire. Take a look at the structure. And now let's look at the Palmer house from earlier. They look exactly the same. They both look like they've been destroyed on purpose, proving my point that no fire took down these buildings. Either it was a planned bomb in all of these cities with the Great Fire bombs, or they were just going door to door using high velocity explosives. And this brings up something that I've been thinking a lot about. We have all of these stories about these buildings that were knocked down, but it does make you think about how many buildings were destroyed before 1800 that we don't have any narratives or photos of, and they were just wiped out. Buildings that weren't classified as courthouses, but just regular stores to create a new timeline and new narratives. Just based on these incredible mansions, hotels, castles, and courthouses in the USA that were demolished, it makes you really think and wonder if Budapest, the way that every single building basically looks like it's straight out of the old world, it makes you think, did nearly every single city in the world at one point before their Great Fire date look exactly like Budapest? And the buildings that made it through the main destruction on that Great Fire date, these were the structures that needed to be explained away in a false narrative and fit into our timeline for a 39-year gap and tossed out before anyone really noticed it. We have the Symphony Center, a music complex located at 220 South Michigan Avenue, a building that is here for everyone to see. In Chicago, Illinois, a building that holds a 2,522 seat orchestra hall, a rehearsal hall and performance space, a ballroom, an event space that overlooks Michigan Avenue, and the Art Institute of Chicago that holds a multi-story rotunda. And for the best part of the story and the clear giveaway, this building, we are told, had its construction begin in May of 1904 and held its first concert that same exact year in December of 1904, over 120 years ago. All of this getting done in 7 months. That would be incredible if it was true. And we don't get the fire narrative here, but we do get an architect with the name Daniel Burnham. Burn. Really. It's just unbelievable. The amount of times that the narrative just throws something about burning or fires or destruction into these narratives. Burnham. Now, with a name like that attached to this kind of building, built in 7 months, 120 years ago, I think that qualifies for an investigation of Mr. Burnham, where he is pinned as a repeated failure. And I know I've seen this movie before when they tell us that Abe Lincoln failed at everything and then became a hero. It has been used many, many times by the narrator. They pin this Byrne guy as the creator of the tallest building in Chicago in 1881, the Montauk Building, where in 1881, forget about sleep, forget about freezing winters, get your horses to the site and get this building done. Built in a year from 1882 to 1883. This thing is done. The tallest building in Chicago. And you know what they got to do? They got to knock it down in 1902. That is literally 19 years later. Is anybody on the fence at this point? Well, if you are, this is going to help you get off the fence and over to our side. Let's have some fun. The guy with fire in his name, Burnham, went on to build more of the first American skyscrapers, such as the Masonic Temple Building in Chicago, measuring 21 stories, 302 feet. This character knocked this thing out from 1891 to 1892. This was simple stuff back then. And knocking it down in 1939. But they could knock that one down because they had a new location and opened that one up in 1926, supposedly. And this new one holds the deadliest theater fire and the deadliest single building fire in U.S. history. After this fire killed 600 people. So we get the fire and the destruction of lives, where they say that this doubled the death toll of the Chicago Great Fire, which is weird because according to the National Geographic Society, the Chicago Great Fire destroyed 17,500 buildings. Only 120 bodies were recovered and 300 people died, where we can all do the math and see that this does not add up. For one building to hold more deaths than 17,500 buildings, and that there is a massive, massive lie. just waiting for all of us to uncover it. What would happen if today we proved to the world that the Great Fire narratives all over the world are a massive, massive cover-up, proving that they were actually huge demolition projects, removing buildings that were built prior to 1776, and that the population of these massive cities were basically zero? What if I told you that today, after this episode, you will never think about the Great Fires the same way ever again? What if I told you that after this episode, you will never trust the mainstream history ever again? I've been waiting a long time to share this episode with the world. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to see what we found today? Chicago, Illinois. We have the 1871 Great Fire, a fire that destroyed everything, over 17,500 buildings, and only left 6 buildings supposedly, killing basically nobody. 0.0008% of people died. Humans cannot inhale smoke. Not only do we have to keep the fire physically burning the individuals in mind, but also just as dangerous and a major cause of death from fires are actually inhaling smoke, taking only 2 to 10 minutes to pass out or even die. Fire burns oxygen. So as a fire continues to be active, more oxygen gets removed from the room. Keep this in mind as we continue. Here we have photos of all of the buildings. The whole city was supposedly destroyed by a fire. If this is true, then more than 300 people of the 334,000 people would have died. Today, in my opinion, will be the end of the mainstream history narrative.
There's a YouTube channel called My Lunch Break. It's called My Lunch Break YouTube channel. You will get addicted to that shit.
One of two things is more likely than what they're telling us, and more probable mathematically, where all of the buildings are destroyed, yet nobody had an issue getting away. So either there were more people that died than just 0.008% of the population, when all of the 17,500 buildings were in flames, than we're actually being told about, which would make a lot more sense. But this is not the narrative that we're told. And to clear this up, and to give this a much clearer perspective, 1871, where people didn't even have cars yet. They had to ride their horses or run around in order to escape this fire. So that is option number one. The other option is that the population simply wasn't 300,000 people like we're being told. And these cities were actually empty, and the previous civilization was erased. And it was time, more specifically, a planned time, to demolish most of their work. And they just absolutely shredded these 17,500 buildings with massive bombs and explosives to destroy the old world civilization's construction. Buildings that would have given this entire false narrative away decades ago. Destroying 17,500 buildings before anyone really even started living in Shalaga again. And this option, in my opinion, seems like the most logical answer, because why would only 300,000 people already have 17,500 buildings in the first place? I think this point alone proves that we are being lied to, that the mainstream history is not truthful. Right after this 1871 fire, they tell us that they just cleaned the whole thing up and all these other brand new buildings are magically here again. For example, like we discussed, the second Palmer House was completed just 4 years after the 1871 Great Fire. So we can see that the mainstream narrative has a ton of issues and flaws. It is becoming story hour. It's not factual information like we deserve at this point. And these questions that we're asking are just opening the floodgates for the truth to come through. We also have the Temple building to compare the Great Fire information to. The Temple building was the tallest building in Chicago. You know, the building that was owned by the Orient, which still meets today. And it also holds the narrative where the primary designer of the building and the primary representative, both of them, not one, both died during the construction, which we have seen so many times, that they moved to the new in 1926, where it's time to take this up a notch and really start to put this whole thing into perspective, and also go even deeper than we did in our last episode, because there is so much more to this story that we didn't cover yet. When the new building supposedly replaced an even earlier venue on the exact same site. So what happened to the first one? It opened in November of 1903, when the fire broke out 1 month later, in December of 1903. 1 month later, during a performance, and caused 602 deaths, and ranks as the #1 worst theater fire in the United States, even to this day. For nearly 100 years, this fire was the deadliest fire in one building in U.S. history, now being #1. And get this theater was supposedly fireproof. 1 month after being opened, it burns down. This is incredible. And we have seen this exact story before from our St. Louis episodes, when they say that the fire started due to lighting the curtain on fire. So this curtain starts on fire, and the fire exits were locked or hidden, which sounds like a plan. Opinion. Even if this wasn't a event, let's think logically here. In 1871, during the Chicago fire, when 17,500 stone and brick buildings were magically burned to the ground, even though we know that stone and brick does not burn to the ground from house fires, which is why you have stone and brick fireplaces inside your living room. And everyone all over the world remains extremely calm, and your neighbors don't seem to mind either. It doesn't and never will spread to their house or to the basement. It won't make your house look like a bomb went off. And I guess I should say, don't try this at home. But come on, you get the point. Do you think that it's possible that they possibly by chance might not have been able to escape their homes? Or they were maybe up too high in one of the buildings to escape? Do you think that a group of people may have had some trouble escaping their building? Do you think that it's possible that more than one of the 17,500 buildings somewhere in Chicago that looked like they were exploded might have crumbled on top of someone? Or is it even possible that maybe a single issue might have came up anywhere, like this theater did, where the door was jammed? They say that the Chicago fire started at 8:30 p.m. Do you think that maybe some people were sleeping and didn't realize there was a fire until it was too late? Were there possibly some individuals that had a broken leg or were disabled? Was there not a hospital with people in it that possibly couldn't escape the smoke? And if they did, where did everybody go? The fire was supposedly engulfing the roads and spreading to the next building. All 300,000 people would have been burnt to a crisp if the mainstream history tale was true. It would have been one massive bonfire, yet basically everybody survived. My point is, how is it mathematically possible that one building kills 600 people, yet 17,500 buildings kill 300 people? At which point does everyone understand that we are being lied to? And the mainstream history from only 150 years ago is a lie. So how can you believe something that the same people are telling us about from over 1,000 years ago? And how can we believe anything that we're being told by this group of people that lie constantly? Nearly every single one of these great fires happened in the 1800s, right after the 1776 date, which was when the USA began. The main great fire that predates this 1776 date falls on 1/6, which is the London Great Fire, which is where the USA originally came from. And I'm guessing, based on all of my research, that this date of 1/6 is a code and not a real event. Because I'm about to take this thing to a whole nother level from this point until the end of the episode. And we are going to destroy their narrative. So I hope you all have your popcorn ready. It's time to make our own history. Here we go. The Great Fire of London in 1/6 destroyed 13,200 houses, 87 parish churches, the Royal Exchange, Guildhall, and St. Paul's Cathedral. 13,200 houses. So there must have been thousands of casualties, right? 6 people died in the Great Fire of London. And this is when we know we have found something huge. When we go to New York, where they had the Great Fire of New York, destroying 700 buildings. And which year was that in again? I forget. Can somebody clear this up for me? Am I right? Or am I definitely right? That this operation worldwide began in 1776. The Great Fire of New York happened in 1776, holding only 2 deaths, covering 700 buildings. 2 people died in the entire Great Fire of New York. 700 buildings, and only 2 people in 1776. So what's the total at? We have 1 building in Chicago holding 600 deaths. I have shown 3 great fires so far, Chicago, New York, and London, with a total of 308 deaths that have a total of 31,490 buildings destroyed. This is impossible for 31,490 buildings to be engulfed in flames with basically nobody dying. 308 deaths to be exact. If you trusted the narrative before today, this day will be the final day that it is trusted ever again. Because in 1916, Paris, Texas also had a great fire where it destroyed everything in its path besides people. Because it destroyed 1,440 old world buildings where only 3 people died, moving the total old world buildings that were destroyed up to 32,930. 32,930 buildings gone. And could you imagine what these buildings, what these cities looked like with the mainstream narrative admitting that these buildings were all here? And now they're gone. So again, 32,930 buildings are gone, with a total of now only 311 deaths, making this extremely clear that we are being lied to about something. Either the death totals were actually way higher than what we're being told, or these cities were basically empty. I've had a lot of people comment that they want me to include Canada and incorporate it into my research, and I can't wait to do that right now. Toronto, Canada, you're up. You had a great fire in 1904, destroying over 100 old world buildings. We know these were built by a much more advanced previous civilization. Buildings that would make 0 sense in our fabricated mainstream historical timeline, where we are given a massive fire, destroying everything in its path with a total of 0 deaths. Nobody, not a single person, not one person inhaled too much smoke for 2 to 10 minutes in a great fire that took down over 100 buildings. In 1852, we are given the Great Fire of Montreal, Canada, where it left 10,000 people homeless, when 57,000 people in 1852 had hundreds of buildings, which isn't logical at all, or isn't mathematically probable in itself. If you think that Donkeys Incorporated saddled up in the early half of the 1800s and knocked out massive cities for only 57,000 people, I think it's time to reconsider what you've been told. When within a few hours, 1/4 of Montreal was destroyed. And yet again, nobody died. Nobody. Destroying almost half of the city's houses. In 1852, they all evacuated perfectly and ran to safety. Everybody? Not a single person had an issue? Do you understand what it would take for a fire to spread from house to house rapidly? We all understand that this fire would be massive. I know I'm being brutally honest, but a lot of people would have died. This would have been extremely catastrophic. This would not be a case of 0 deaths. In fact, it would have been nowhere near 0 deaths. And we all know this. This narrative of 0 casualties is simply not the true history of our past, where we are also told that 1,100 houses burned down. Nobody had an issue getting away from these fires, not a single person. Fires that supposedly swept the streets to spread to the next house over and over in 1852. How were they just escaping this situation? You would think that somebody would have died from inhaling too much smoke. Now, this tells us 1,100 houses burned down, but leaves out the buildings. So let's just estimate that it was around the same as Toronto, adding another 100 buildings to that 1,100, moving the total buildings destroyed from these great fires to 34,230 buildings destroyed and only 311 casualties. And remember, there are hundreds of great fire narratives that happen in a city near you. The mainstream history is suggesting that we are supposed to believe at this point that 110 buildings have to go down in flames for us to record one death. If this was one death per 22 buildings destroyed in these great fires, we would be at a much more realistic death total of 1,555 deaths, which is 1/5 the amount that we're being told. When realistically, it should be flipped. We should realistically have less death today per building than they would in the 1800s, since we have cars, phones, proper firefighters, and the rest. To say that 0 people in the 1800s died from a great fire that swept through the entire city, leaving the end result looking like massive bombs went off multiple times, is mathematically impossible. This is not a realistic narrative at all. And now that we have looked into this, compared it to other situations, shown factual evidence that they are lying in all of this, I want to give my opinion on what happened. I think that the population worldwide was basically 0 in the early 1800s. And I'm going to go into great detail on this in an upcoming episode. And this episode is basically a setup to lean into this topic of the population lie. But I think the previous civilization's population around the world before 1776, I would say 100 years prior to 1776, based on the condition that these buildings were in, it would put it at around 100 years, realistically. It couldn't have been thousands of years. These buildings would have just been a mess, just from the nature growing all over it and inside. But I believe the worldwide population in what we call the 15 or 1600s was massive. I believe that the technology was much more advanced than what we have today. And we are given back a very small percentage of this technology and told that it's brand new. And we all get excited and believe it. We are told that we are advancing when really we're just going around and around, getting the same exact technology as last time, or less than the previous civilization. And this is all based on control. The fact that they wrote these fake stories and made it so blatantly obvious that they are fake, saying that 0 people in massive fires, destroying all of their homes, all of their buildings over and over and over. It really makes me think that they were just waiting for somebody to find this information, like it's some sort of test or some strange game, because it really is just so obvious once you see the lie. Now knowing what we know about the Great Fires, I'm going to cover a few more things that should just completely hammer it home for everyone here. Here we have the Great Fire of Detroit in 1805, which was 29 years after the USA came around, and also 29 years after the New York Great Fire in 1776. Notice, nearly all of these great fires are happening after that date, and they tell us that nearly everything was destroyed. But yet again, nobody died. Where it starts in the stable again, and yet again, not a single death. Everything is destroyed. Nobody died. And this reminds me of the repeating narrative where they tell us that everything was built in a year perfectly, over and over and over, all over the world, by a guy and his donkey riding team with no power tools, no machines, no training. The stone shipping company coordinate the delivery right on time. The mud trails and the rain were never an issue. The freezing winters, they just told them to get over it and toughen up. And they get the whole building or cathedral done with no issues, done in 7 months. This kind of stuff is so repetitive in just a different way. These narratives hold patterns, and this is one of them. These fire narratives are all connected, and I don't personally think that they were fires. I think they were bombs and explosives. They were deliberate attacks on the old world buildings to hide our true past, our true history, which is exactly why we are all so confused as to where we are and what we're doing here. I really hope you all enjoyed learning about these great... Oh, wait. What is this? Detroit only had 600 people during this massive Great Fire? What did 600 people need hundreds of buildings for in 1805? Well, the math doesn't lie. and it never will. These 600 people did not build these buildings. And I was going to end this episode right there, but I just want to make sure this is not a debate at all, and an episode that everyone I was looking at this photo of the Greater Cemetery of Milan, the largest cemetery in Milan, Italy, and thought it was interesting that the 1800s group only seemed to know how to construct columns and incredibly detailed architecture. And as I kept zooming in, it hit me that this thing is bigger and goes underground, with the stairs right here in the center, which brings us to today's main topic. The catacombs all over the world. Yet another topic that we are not fully told about in our mainstream classes. A catacomb is classified as an underground cemetery, subterranean passageways, chambers, used as burial places. But these are no normal burial. They stack the bones in a decorated manner, as if it's an art of some kind, as if these acts were done deliberately. And these were their trophies. Do you want to know where the previous civilization might have gone? I can't make any claims, but there are clues in the catacombs. Where the largest catacomb system in the world is located in Odessa, Ukraine, a man-made tunnel system with over 1,500 miles of catacombs carved into the limestone beneath the city, dating back to the exact time period that we're talking about here. Right before the 17 and 1800s, where the catacombs are on 3 levels and reach a depth of 60 meters below sea level. So when you think that everything on the surface is all that there is, think again. And these are the catacombs that we're told about. So who's to say there aren't more, covered by the mud and dirt? In Odessa, it's challenging to prove even a rough estimate of the number of bodies in the catacombs, as there is limited documentation and many areas remain unexplored or inaccessible. So they don't even know how many were put down into these 3-level tunnel systems that extend for 1,500 miles. Now, Ukraine is not the only catacomb in the world. We know this. The most popular one coming in Paris, France, where we are told that this catacomb alone holds the remains of more than 6 million people, and goes on to say that they extend south from the gate of hell. To get a sense of what this is all about, this is not a pleasant sight. And we get the excuse, in my opinion, that these were created as part of an effort to eliminate the effects of the city's overwhelming cemeteries. And the narrative, yet again, hits the dates we are discussing when it tells us that this all took place in the 1700s. What were they doing moving 6 million people in the mid-1700s in just Paris alone? And the most insane part about this is they show it off as an attraction. Buy your tickets here and see what they've done, extending to the gate of hell, in their words. This is all information that has been sitting here for a very long time, and all information that we, for some reason, never really looked at collectively. But now is the time for all of us to get a clearer understanding of what really took place in the past. Catacombs all over the world on their website explaining that these go down 131 steps under Paris, France. Tunnels that cover nearly 2,000 acres right below the city that we all walk on, where we can explore about 1 mile of this place when it has 200 miles of bone-lined walls. And yet again, 2 for 2 today, though only a small part is explored. and open to the public. So we are getting an understanding that this 6 million total people is probably much more. And again, we have all asked, where did this advanced civilization go? I am simply researching and sharing what I find, but we can all speculate that it's possible that they are all right below us. A major reason, in my opinion, that these cities hold a very powerful energy, one that draws a mass amount of people to them. Once something major happens in a location, I think we can forever sense it, whether it's good or bad. We all understand with a photo like this that all of these remains needed to be separated. This is not a normal way to bury somebody. This looks like an award of some kind, like a trophy. Like whoever did this accomplished something and are creating some kind of trophy for themselves. These are all intertwined with each other. And again, how many more of these are below our cities that we don't know about and aren't told about or being restricted from us? St. Stephen's Cathedral, located in Vienna, Austria, where we of course get the fire nod, and also houses the remains of around 11,000 people in its catacombs. So this cathedral that holds a fire narrative and 11,000 people buried underneath it is selling tickets. You can visit them on a tour. Just buy your tickets today. This is unbelievable. Here's a photo from the 1920s of the exit from the catacombs, where we can see that we are just scratching the surface. Some of these buildings clearly have a different purpose than what we are told. This guy is giving his rundown of the experience. And in the middle of it, he says that they renovated it 50 years ago to make it modern looking. Then we have the Catacombs of Lima, where they tell us that in 1546, they began construction of the Basilica and Convent of San Francisco in Lima, located in Peru, not California. And this included the catacombs where there are another 25,000 bodies lying in it that we are told about. Again, buried in these weird artistic designs, the catacombs or crypts of Lima are considered the largest in the entire continent. And we are told that these enormous wells, 10 meters deep, filled with bones and skulls, the well's original purpose was to preserve the old buildings from earthquakes. And they also tell us, for a third time today, that there is most likely more to these catacombs that we are not able to see. When they say, it is believed that there is a network of paths and secret passages that connect different buildings. Now remember, before 1943, the public was unaware of these catacombs in Lima. So for me to suggest that there are many other catacombs all around the world is a pretty basic suggestion. And remember, the experts of the 1940s figured out exactly who these people were and gave us the full truth about the dates. No. Let's read that first paragraph. The neatly organized bones for geometric patterns in sizable open ossuary just below the floor of the church, monastery, and library. And before 1943, nobody knew that was there. Now, let's ask a question. How many churches around the world have the exact same thing going on underneath the floor that we aren't being told about? Is this the reason that when you walk into these places, you feel a massive presence? We went into New York City. I went inside the St. Patrick's Cathedral, and here's part of the video that I got. Now, I'm not saying there are catacombs under this church, but when I asked this guy at the front in the suit if there was a basement, he looked at me very strange and said, absolutely not, but did let me know something. He gave me information that I needed to hear, and that is that there is supposedly an even older St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. And this guy let me know that this one did have catacombs under its floors. Now, if I'm going to speculate at this point, I would say that the one that I was in has catacombs as well, but that's just my opinion. But yet again, sold as an attraction where you get tickets to go and see these bones. And we all know how construction works. there are steps that you have to take in order to build a building. You build the foundation first. This means that the catacombs were constructed before these churches. And then the church is strategically placed on top. Why would a church build on top of these geometrically placed bones of, in my opinion, the previous civilization? And then they profit off of it, selling tickets all over the world, showing it off as an attraction to us. In my opinion, the new population. And who is buying these tickets? And then we have the Brno ossuary, an underground ossuary that were rediscovered in 2001. So this has just been hanging out below the ground for all this time, and we just rediscovered it. I keep saying it, but now knowing this, can you even imagine what is really below our feet? And who did this? Who set all these bones up like this? And yet again, it is under the Church of St. James, where it holds an estimated 50,000 people, making it the second largest ossuary in Europe that we know about. And remember, all of these bones are laid in a pattern, like we've been told, and they are done like this all over the world, not just in Europe, meaning that the same group did this all over the world. And they tell us it's because the graves were too populated. Yet they go on to dismantle the bones and put them into geometric patterns, which makes no sense at all. Why would you randomly do that? It doesn't add up. You would preserve them properly and lay them the way they were found. This feels much deeper than simply transporting due to overpopulation of an area and then building a church right on top of them over and over. So who do they tell us is responsible for placing these bones into geometric patterns? Who did this? According to walksofitaly.com, it was just your everyday quarrymen. You know, those quarrymen just laid human skulls into perfect geometric shapes for fun back in the day. This was their side hobby, of course. No. Let's read this. Despite the ritual with which the bones were transferred, the bones had simply been dumped into the tunnels in large heaps. Slowly but surely, the quarrymen lined the walls with tibias and femurs, punctuated with skulls, which form the basis of most of the decorations that tourists see today. This is unbelievable. Now, do we really think that this was just the quarrymen that just randomly decided to do this in every single continent in the world? Or do we think that this is a front story for the group that is truly responsible for this? You tell me. And that is just for Paris, France. So what about in Peru? 6,077 miles away from each other. Do you think those quarrymen, they just sent their local raven on a mission across the Atlantic Ocean? They need to make sure they also set those overpopulated bone dumps into perfect geometric patterns. Or do you think this might be a lie? When this website lets us know that the ones in Lima, Peru, the way the femurs, tibia, and craniums are placed, echo a symbolic or ritualistic intention, and goes on to say that neatly organized bones from geometric patterns in sizable open ossuary just below the floor of the church. And now when we go back to the St. James Church and go on their website and find that today, the ossuary at the Church of St. James is an attraction for tourists. So right under this floor, you have 50,000 that have no true identity, just overpopulation, moving random people that were just crowding the place, just taking up too much room and time to put them in the geometric layouts all over the world. And most of it being off limits to the public. Are you trusting the mainstream story so far? Should I keep going? Should we just show that this fire narrative all over the world may be a much deeper meaning? Is this the location where the catacombs are located? Because in 1515, the St. James Church, we're told that the finished presbytery was affected by the fire that caused the roof to fall in and subsequently destroyed all the altars. Is this the nod showing us the locations of where they are buried. I'm not sure, but we have seen it multiple times now. And things are starting to get very interesting if you ask me. Coded messages, hidden clues, all written within these narratives that have been waiting for us to discover them for years. I've said it before, but it does feel exactly like a game, a puzzle that we are supposed to solve, all within this narrative that we've been given. Clues that when you know what you're looking for, seem to stare at you right in the face. So let's go deeper. Let's take a look at this map. Right here in the center, we are given the St. John's Church, where we know right underneath it is all of these catacombs, all of these bones. And it looks like it is the central location of the entire city. Going back to my point, that this might be the reason that so many people today are pulled into these cities on a much deeper level without them even realizing it. You can see the same thing going on in Paris with their catacombs. Like, everybody is gathering around it and they don't even realize it because it's below their feet. And to prove my point, let's show another one and go back to the first one that we talked about.
Might be a lot of indigenous ancestors buried in these catacombs. That was my main thing. I want to look into this. Civilization builders could be under our feet, these dirty bastards.
Odessa, Ukraine, where there is clearly an attraction going on here to this central point. It's not like the catacombs are on the outside of the city. They are dead center. Even the old St. Patrick's Cathedral is dead center on this land layout of Lower Manhattan. And the same exact thing with the new one that we saw, went inside of, and will be covering in an upcoming episode. Another centralized catacombs location in Alexandria, Egypt, where the city is circling around it again. And the inside of these ones are pretty intense. They consist of 3 levels, cut through solid rock. Visitors can reach the first level through a breach in the rotunda wall, which of course was made at an unknown date. This leads to a hall of Caracalla in which the bones of horses and humans were found. They were found. We even have the St. Paul's catacombs, where we have catacombs all the way out on this little island of Malta. And again, right under the church. And here they give us the layout, the one that's available to the public. And you can see that this is intricate. This is not done by your average cowboy or your random quarryman. They were very advanced and precise with what they were doing all over the world. So what we see on the ground is clearly not all to this place that we live. There is much more below our feet, where I have some incredible things planned for this channel. The more that it grows. The more that it grows, the easier it will get for us to do things. One thing's for sure, and that is that we have a lot more to discover in places that have been here all along. And now that we know that they are there, we can go even further into this research. And do we all understand how this is all connected now? When we can go back to episode 68, when we saw the Tron Kirk, and at that time we didn't know, but now we do. Located in Edinburgh, Scotland. Do we all remember what we read? Do you see now how the more information that we have, the more we understand when we read that the church floor was removed in 1974 to allow excavation of the entire floor level, where we now understand what is underneath these floors of so many of these churches all over the world. We now understand most likely what they found in 1974. We are unlocking it all. Do you remember when we found catacombs all over the world? I think we're all ready to go back and take it even further, exposing what is below our feet in nearly every one of our cities without us ever thinking about it. Are we all attracted to these cities, these locations, for a reason? a reason that you weren't aware of, a much darker truth than you were ever told about. And do you remember when I showed you all that these catacombs are right underneath the floors of these churches, places that were built with the knowledge that these bones of the past were placed into geometric shapes right underneath your feet on Sundays? When we go to Southampton, England, where we are told one of the strangest places in pre-war Southampton was the catacomb beneath the All Saints Church at the corner of High Street and East Street. And remember, this is all located every single time in the dead center of the city, with everything circling around it, with its location, Southampton city center, of course telling us that there was a previous church, where we know this is a reoccurring pattern in the narrative at this point, where they say that the first church was described as very ancient, and they supposedly demolished it. Where after everything that we know here, I believe that there was only one church on this site, and it was the one that we are looking into, the supposed second church, where this story gets interesting. The foundation stone was laid by the Grand Master of the Freemasons, a church that they knew catacombs were underneath it, because they tell us down here that the building was completed in just 4 years, from 1791 to 1795, despite hardly having any funding. Completed in 1795 in 4 years, where the catacombs of the original church remained intact and were, of course, incorporated into the new building, showing that we are correct yet again, that these catacombs were there first and then the church came after, and were supposedly ancient, as we were told from earlier. Where ancient, in my opinion, meaning from the previous civilization, where a major event took place. And these bones have been placed underneath the floors of these palace-like structures all over the world for a designed purpose, when it goes on to tell us that the catacombs reached beyond the actual building, extending under High Street itself. And this is what we are told. We also know from episode 72 that these catacombs are mostly off limits to the public, where we are only shown a small portion, where we know that these most likely extended throughout the entire city. With the new organ being installed in the church in 1861, manufactured by Bevington and Son, where the son is not Bevington's son, in my opinion. I believe that the son is the mason, guiding the way to use the organ to connect with the people above and below the floorboards. When we have shown, according to ScienceDirect.com, piezoelectric effect is the ability of certain materials, including bone, to generate an electrical charge in response to mechanical loading, where we are finding out, in my opinion, how these so-called churches are being used and how they are operating as a machine. The heart of any bone-conducted system is the vibrator, which convert amplified sound. The mechanical vibration, the organ, connecting with these bones, as well as the people that are alive and above the catacombs. So I will ask again, are you 100% sure that you fully understand why you are inside one of these old world buildings on Sunday? Do you know who created these buildings and for which purpose? And I am not saying that all of them are like this, but we have proven that we should all be very careful where we go and what we are being used for. Do you understand that the people that use these buildings throughout history, they fully understand much more to this world than we are told, where it seems that they fully understand how to connect vibrations with bones, where through vibration or music from an organ, an electromagnetic field is produced that excites the magnet element and counterweight, producing movement or vibration within the actuator to change the electrical signal to vibration that can move through the bone conducted pathway to stimulate the cochlea inside of your ear next to your brain. Do you understand what's going on now? where this subject is much deeper than the world understood before, where the previous civilization was taking advantage of knowledge, an incredible understanding of human anatomy, possibly being able to manipulate people and being able to connect it through vibration within a contained environment, where the bones extend out into the city, in my opinion, creating a vibration that reaches everyone in the radius, whether you attended on Sunday or not, where I bet you probably didn't think to research where the nearest catacomb was before purchasing your home, where in 1914, the graveyard was basically decommissioned, a removal of religious blessing, which is not fooling anybody. It's still there today. Removing the headstones, where it became a children's playground in the 1930s. When the church was bombed in 1940, and they tell us that 403 people were transferred out of the catacombs and moved to Hollybrook Cemetery, but others had disintegrated, where we can all take an educated guess at this point that there was more than 403 people in the catacombs, and they are most likely still in there, where the church was then demolished, where sources, of course, do not indicate exactly when. And now, today, they have shops on top of them, where they, of course, have the fire narrative right in there. Where I threw it out there a few episodes ago, suggesting that the fire narrative may be the location of where these catacombs are all located. This may be the nod, where we are finding clues and getting closer and closer to the truth. Now knowing what we know and knowing what may be under the floor of more of these structures than we are actually told about, where it is possible that they didn't even know about this when they found these places. And this was possibly done by the previous civilization, which is why we are seeing our current civilization, the founders or the finders, excavating these floors now all over the world. Or they call it renovating the floor, where we know what renovation really means. And we can see that there is so much more underneath these structures all over the world, where in my opinion, they lie to us and say, "We don't know what is beneath the floor," says director of the Department of Ancient Sciences. This is the guy who is responsible for the archaeological excavations of the entire floor area during the restoration of the pavement. So we don't know what we shall find. Where I think we know that they know exactly what they're going to find. Are we seeing what's going on a little clearer? Comment below and let me know what you're thinking right now. I really enjoy hearing everybody's opinions and comments, or even just your reactions and feelings about what we're exposing to the world. Things that 99% of people may have never known before today. And it is a great time to be a part of this community. A community that is growing faster and faster every single week, where the pavement stones date from various periods, ranging from the medieval period, the old world. This taking place in March of 2022. And this place is home to the Holy Fire Ceremony, if you can believe that. And this is the location, we are told, that Jesus's empty tomb is, and where he was buried and resurrected, and where he was crucified. This is known as the Church of the Resurrection, located right in the center of Jerusalem. Yet again, and we've shown how the Mappa Mundi in episode 70 told us that Jerusalem was the true center of our map. And the center of Jerusalem is where Jesus was supposedly buried and crucified, possibly an extremely significant thing that they found underneath the floors, where it of course has the fire in its narrative. If you can believe this, they know the exact month, May of 614, on the dot. I'm surprised they didn't tell us what time. And in 841, another fire. 938, same thing, another fire. And in 966, the basilica was burned again. These fires were no problem, of course. Rebuild after rebuild. The people of the 900s had it all under control, with renovations from the year 1555, where donkeys incorporated, or shipping the materials by moonlight, when a fire severely damaged the structure again in 1808 due to a cow tipping over the candle. Oh, wait, no, that was supposedly in Chicago. So they don't tell us how any of these fires start, of course, where they are clearly nods, coded messages, where the more fire that they give us, the better the treasure. Is this what we're seeing here? The remains of the kings may still be in the unmarked pits under the church's pavement. They may be, they might be. They say they are unsure, but I think they know exactly what is going on underneath that floor when they have another fire breakout in 1840. So after 2 years, $11 million later of careful archaeological work, the so-called experts have wrapped up, where the excavation, of course, required closing it off to the public, the site where Jesus is believed to have been buried. So they're not going to tell us exactly what they found. They are, of course, going to have to give us something, or too many people will start asking questions. So they tell us that they found some coins and fragments of wall cladding that was covered with graffiti, telling us they did other restoration work of other parts of the basilica floor, where they uncovered an old world drainage system. We know that they did not rip up the entire floor of this place. $11 million, block it off from the public, all for some coins, some graffiti, and a drainage system. I think we're all beyond that point of knowledge. We all know that they found something much more interesting and meaningful. My guess is they found tunnel systems and catacombs. Let me know what you think they really found in the comments. Let's go deeper. This is the narrative that the faithful believe, that the floor covers the tomb where Jesus was put to rest after his crucifixion. So we know that a lot of these churches are home to much more under the ground. Even in Italy, they have the Catacomb Domitilla, one of the largest and most ancient underground cemeteries in Rome. One of them, where it holds an underground basilica, where you can, of course, buy your tickets today, profiting off of yet another catacomb. It is nice of them to have a student discount. Wow. They tell us that these were rediscovered and home to more than 26,000 tombs. These catacombs are part of a network of almost 40 catacombs that lie right underneath the city of Rome, serving as a burial place for more than 500,000 people. And now I know that we are 100% correct. We have confirmation that the catacombs were there and built first, where I was getting comments saying that that was possibly not the case when I suggested it in episode 72. Well, here we go. The basilica was built over the catacombs, and we know this now. What a very strange place to put a church, on top of skulls and femurs that we know are placed into geometric patterns, bones that have to be boiled, cleaned up, and polished, and then put into place. They were not simply moved due to overcrowding the cemetery. We know now there is something much deeper to these catacombs than we were originally told. And today, we have found missing clues. We have shown that there are so many more catacombs around the world than we were told, with networks of catacombs all under your feet in Rome. We have this documented now. We understand that these churches are most likely connecting with these bones through vibration. These bones that have been there for a very long time, a previous civilization that was here before us. And we know now that they are and always have been underneath our streets, underneath our cities, possibly used as ritualistic sites, where the catacombs also served as a meeting place to pray and worship in secret, where these underground catacombs are no longer a secret. And I believe they were never meant to be a secret. These are clues. As I have said in the past, this feels too much like a game for all of us to solve, with coded messages, connecting clues. All of it is out there for us to find, leading us deeper and deeper to finding the truth about our true past. Are you ready to go back into the catacombs? Just like we have seen every single time, the location of this chapel is in the historic center of Naples, Italy. The alchemist's chamber, or chamber of secrets, descending underground beneath the chapel yet again. We find 2 human skulls, and this is just the beginning. It's clearly symbolic for what is possibly behind that drywall, looking very different from the original plan, where half of the descendants would be placed above and then half beneath the main level of the chapel for reasons that are unknown. Now, I want everybody to understand that this is most likely a bunch of nonsense. And I say this because we have seen this so many times all over the world, where millions of bones are placed underneath these places of worship. They know exactly why they're there. Telling us reasons are unknown. This is telling us a lie. And we know this now. The prince is also most likely a fictional character, a fictional backstory as to why there are bones underneath this chapel, right in the middle of Naples, Italy. This place is also home to marble statues that are clearly not carved by hammers and chisels. We are told that these were carved in 1753, portraying Christ deposed after crucifixion, covered by a transparent veil, just chiseling marble perfectly in 1753, and then going home to his wooden shed, freezing in winters, no indoor plumbing, just relieving himself in a pot. They didn't even have toilet paper yet, using whatever was available, using old rags, moss, leaves, or the good old trusty hand, as we're told. But we're told that this hand-wiping civilization was just next door chiseling marble veils. So clearly somebody is lying. And here we go. The entire chapel is filled with symbolism. The chamber is said to contain secret passages, hidden rooms, and I guarantee that there are networks of tunnels, massive catacombs, all connecting to this central point, this location, this chapel. Some of these symbols inside the structure include the glory of heaven, a triangle that hides meanings that must be read in an alchemical Masonic way. The triangle signifies alchemically or sulfur, and of course, fire, where they have more angel and dragon depictions inside. It's just art, of course. If any one of these people that are just standing in line to get in just looked up for 2 seconds, they would see what is carved into the doorframe. This place, in my opinion, without a doubt, is a massive network of catacombs located right below their feet. Hidden rooms, secret passages, skulls on their front door, symbolism all over the place here. Let's take this up a notch and go even deeper. Staying in Italy, more specifically, Rome, we have the Our Lady of the Conception of the Capuchins, a Roman Catholic church. It is the first Roman church dedicated to the Immaculate Conception. Looking very nice and peaceful inside the building. Nothing too crazy. Everything is just fine until you scroll down to the crypt section. And just like we found on this channel back in episode 72, part 1 of the Catacombs, the crypt is located under the church. Every single time this is the case, holding the remains of thousands of people, thousands of bones, right below the floor of this church. The crypt is divided into 5 chapels, lit only by dim natural light, seeping in through the cracks. The crypt walls are decorated with the remains in elaborate fashion, making this crypt a work of art. This is insane. Can you believe that this is going on under so many churches in so many countries, proving that this was a common practice? It was not just to clear space for the cemeteries. In my opinion, it was a ritual. And I say possibly, but I mean probably, still is today. Structures and buildings, knowledge of the past. Where did all these people go? Why didn't the great fires of the 1800s kill thousands of people? Inhaling smoke would have done this by itself, and we've shown this. What if these great fires did? Or what if they were already gone and placed into geometric patterns? A previous civilization placed right under all of our feet, unaware that they were all under our feet, under the places of worship until now. The crypt originated of a rich and creative cult for their dead. Great spiritual masters meditated and preached with a skull in their hand. Meditating with a skull in their hand. Under a church. What are we reading? What is going on here? I definitely was not taught about this in History 101, or 102 for that matter. With a bone-chilling message, a plaque right here in the center. In one of the chapels reads, in 3 languages, what you are now, all of us, we once were, the previous civilization. What we are now, the catacombs, dead skulls, being used as meditation, you shall be, all of us. Basically giving away their plan right here on this plaque and what they have done to the previous civilization, putting them under our feet, putting them in places of worship. Let's read this again. What you are now, we once were. What we are now, you shall be. Crazy that they put this right on the wall, telling us what the plan is, showing who those people are. I think this proves who they were and where the previous civilization really went. And it would be one thing if this was the only one in the world. This is not even close to a once-off. It's in so many countries, and most of it is not open to the public, meaning that there are most likely so many more people that we're not told about or can see. We have seen this in Odessa. The catacombs are 1,600 miles long, a 3-level system, reaching a depth of 200 feet below the sea level, a massive network. Or the Paris catacombs. We are told that they are 174 miles long. However, only a small portion is open to the public, extending deep beneath the city streets, representing one of the largest grave sites in the world. So we don't know if they are bigger than 174 miles, but to suggest that they could fit a previous civilization, I mean, they definitely could. Now we're gonna move to Poland. We have the Skull Chapel. There's nothing weird going on here at all. No skulls on the door, not a single symbol that would give anything away. Do you see anything odd about this picture? Am I missing anything? I do see more angels, but that's just art, of course. And the building does look like it's going below the street level, which is kind of odd. And what is this in the basement? How did this get here? You know, if they found this underneath somebody's house today, I think we would all be a little skeptical. And I think it would get its own Netflix series. But as long as it's underneath a church, everything seems to check out and be just fine with everybody. Can we all wake up? At what point do we all say, that does seem a little odd. Maybe there is something weird about that. Maybe thousands of bones underneath the floors of all of these places of worship is a little odd. It is a little weird that my history teacher didn't tell me about this. It is a little odd that they are all put into geometric patterns. And I guess it is a little weird that they're holding skulls in their hand while practicing rituals all over the world in the basement. Anybody? A little odd? Yeah? Okay. And a nice no touching sign right here, in case anybody is insane and wants to do that. Ritualistic intentions, in my opinion, right beneath your feet, all over the world, collecting the bones, cleaning them all up, and putting them under the chapel, the Sedlic Ossuary, Czech Republic. I told you we are just getting started. and I'm going to turn your reality upside down. I'm going to show you something that you will never unsee. The ossuary is estimated to contain skeletons of between 40,000 people and 70,000 people. And we know it is most likely more, whose bones have in many cases have been artistically arranged to form decorations and furnishings for the chapel. Tell me, at what point do you think that these people have your best interest in mind? At which point do you start thinking for yourself? Understand that what you've been told is planned. There was a previous civilization here, a civilization that was just like us, that was extremely advanced. They held the technology to create massive palaces all over the world. We have shown this. Masterpiece marble art that will be here forever. Again, all of this information is sitting right in front of your face. It's always been here. These places are real. We can all go and see them whenever we'd like. It's up to you to open your eyes and see the truth. I'm going to say it again. Imagine any other place in the world, a grocery store, somebody's house, a warehouse, a restaurant, a mall, anywhere else. Imagine that they had 40 to 70,000 people, bones, laid in artistic designs under their floors, holding skulls in their hand for meditation. What would we all think about that place? Why is this so acceptable? Because it's under a church. This is strategic. It's by design. The ossuary is among the most visited tourist attractions of the Czech Republic, drawing over 200,000 visitors annually, with chandeliers of bones containing at least one of every bone in the human body hangs from the center of the nave, with garlands of skulls draping the vault. Why is this a place that people are paying to visit? If I'm just being honest, they've done an incredible job manipulating the masses, telling us it will be us right on the wall one day. And we pay them to go look at the people that are now chandeliers. And they are so good at doing this that it's now somehow normalized. One of the most disgusting places in the world, in my opinion. Hundreds of thousands of us pay to go inside every year. Have we all lost our minds? We have shown that these things connect to schools, places of worship, hospitals, and then they put this kind of art in there. A decoration, apparently. Moving over to the Chapel of Bones. We are told it is one of the best known monuments in Évora, Portugal. Just a great attraction, a chapel located right next to the entrance of the Church of St. Francis. How did the Chapel of Bones get its name? Well, it gets its name because the interior walls are covered and decorated with human skulls and bones, of course, and a great place to spend your Saturday. Come on down. And then they need to make sure they put these glass barriers up so that nobody goes and touches the bones, because people just can't seem to help it. What is going on? Who would seriously pay to go in one of these, let alone go and touch the bones? Oh my gosh, if you could see me now, you would see that I'm looking at these people shaking my head. It's under the church though, so it's acceptable. No. Did you know that this was below our feet? Did you know how extensive this was? Did you know that it was worldwide? Did you know that this one holds an estimated 5,000 corpses to decorate the walls of the chapel? The bones just came from ordinary people, of course, arranged into a variety of patterns. Such a normal thing to do under a chapel. Not weird at all. Very normal thing for chapels to do. But if a convenience store starts taking ordinary people and arranging them into a variety of patterns, I don't think anybody's going to pay and take pictures. We're not going to get 200,000 people a year in a Walgreens basement. But the place of worship, not an issue, of course. No problem. At what point do we wake up? I'm going to go deeper. I was going to show you these photos that are down there, but then I read this sentence. of what is underneath this chapel. So you can go look at the pictures for yourself. I'm not sharing it here. This basement, a place of worship, holds 2 corpses, one of which is this. And then people pay to go in there. And this is acceptable somehow. Written on the roof of this chapel is the phrase, "Better is the day of death than the day of birth." And we can now see who we are dealing with. A group that doesn't seem to enjoy our company. A group that seems to be fully in control of the masses. So much so that they think these places are payment worthy. The photos that are under this church, in my opinion, are disgusting. Understanding what is under our feet is incredibly important, and see what has been going on all of our lives. Places that are used as ritualistic practices, things that we are told right on their websites, holding skulls for meditation, bones of the past placed into artistic designs, decorations to make chandeliers, plaques that read that what we are now, they once were. What they are now, we shall be. If you were on the fence about this research before, unsure if there was a previous civilization that was wiped out, unsure if we are being given back technology from the past, thinking that the narrative that we're all told worldwide, thinking that it was giving you the full story. Are you still on the fence? I think now is the time we all get off it. When we go to Austria, Hallstatt to be specific, an Austrian house of bones filled with hundreds of intricately painted skulls. We are told that in the 1700s, the church began digging up corpses. In my opinion, this was the previous civilization from the mud, all to make way for the newly dead. An excuse that we have seen before, taking up too much room. So let's paint these ones and put them into geometric patterns for fun, and then do rituals, and also make people pay to see them. Sounds good? No. Tightly stacked over 1,200 skulls. Once the skeletons were removed from the mud, they bleached them in the sun. And then 1720 comes around, and they start painting them. A nice tradition, apparently, decorated with an assortment of symbols. Though this practice has been dying out since the 1960s, they took a woman from 1983 and they entered her into the ossuary in 1995, showing that this is still going on today.
Kofi, follow me.